Howdy y'all and welcome back to Clash Masters! We are in our playoffs week where the heat is high. The teams are ready. And we have already got 2 of our clans going to the grand finals. 4 clans remain from Group B, competing for that $10,000 prize pool up for grabs tomorrow and that Clash of Clans World Championship Silver Wildcard ticket. My name's Woody, and I'll be casting matches today alongside Itsu. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. A lot of good matches are on our way today, so I think everything looks awesome with having so many Clash action or so much more Clash action still in front of us. But I think we should take a look at a real quick look because we want to get into the matches at the format. So we have the qualifier phase started, which means over the last couple of weeks we had 8 teams qualifying for the playoffs. Those 8 teams got divided into 2 groups, each with 4 teams. Out of those 4 teams, 2 teams can make it out of those groups. So far, we had Group A yesterday, where Space Station and Nishang Dance made it out of the group. And today we have Group B, Woody, with a ton of good teams.
Oh yeah, they are really gonna put up a great fight. I can already sense it. Their showings in the qualifiers and in that last chance qualifier gave us a really great storyline leading into today. But why don't we go ahead and look at the prize pool and see what is up for grabs. All of the prizes are going to be distributed tomorrow during the main stage of the grand finals playoffs. Teams that are eliminated today will still claim a $250 prize, but on the right side of that screen, you can see how quickly that prize escalates. From elimination today to second place tomorrow, there is a 10-fold increase, and then first place is $5,000, and as I mentioned before, the Clash of Clans World Championship Silver Wildcard ticket, a chance to get entry to a $1 million prize pool event. So there's the bracket up on screen. As you just saw, we're going to have Queen Walkers facing off against Aphelion Esports first. The top seed versus the bottom seed, and this is going to shape up to be a really interesting one because I know that Queen Walkers qualified through points early on, scoring up lots in the initial weeks of competition. They actually got victories over the other 2 teams that qualified here, HT Family and Alternate Attacks, but have yet to face Aphelion Esports, a team that made it through on the last chance qualifier with a 4th place position. So Queen Walkers, I'd say, are the favorites for this match, but anything goes. Aphelion Esports has had some upset victories in the past and has had a pretty impressive run with hit rates topping out over 60%.
That's right, but we have the fan favorites Queen Walkers starting things off with the Queen George Dragon Rider. This is a strategy where Gaku is really good at, and just in the last qualifier, he had a nice segment where he can explain a little bit more about Queen George Dragon Rider, how to use it, how to master this strategy. But so far, is this queen going inside? Yes, she is going for that Town Hall, taking down the Town Hall, which is a key important factor in this attack. And the next one is going to be if she can somehow avoid that Town Hall poison. But so far with the Clan Castle timing, that is looking awesome because this Clan Castle is delaying this queen just for a little bit to make sure that she's not stepping onto this Town Hall poison, Woody.
And with a poison of her own to tick away at the enemy pups, and even a minion tossed in there to keep those healers safe, Queen will continue charging straight through. Single target Inferno could be a little bit of an obstacle for her to overcome here. Wants to make sure that she stays out of range as long as possible, otherwise might have to drop one of those invisibility spells, freeze spells, or pop her ability. The single target Inferno is locked, and that does force the freeze! A really tight timing by Gaku, who keeps his queen up, but she got awfully low there. Gonna have to pull off that same trick again, even though he's already sent in his main force. Dragon Riders and Balloons going in. The freeze is set, but it's too late, forcing the queen ability, Itsu.
Yeah, that queen ability is gone. The warden ability, though, is getting used as well. The queen at this point is not really knowing where she wants to go. She was chasing those skeletons. But now, with the back end firing at her, he needs another rage. And the queen yet again going for this wall. But all of those Dragon Riders should be able to push her back. At this point, the air defense, though, is shooting non-stop at those healers. So can she stay alive? There's not too much damage on the back end for the queen. With that Royal Champion, with the Dragon Riders pushing in from the bottom side, this should still look alright. There is the freeze finally, catching the scatter shot, and I think 4 or even 5 Tesla with 1 freeze. That's pretty good value, I want to say.
Yeah, very good freeze value. Those Teslas were a bit of an unfortunate pop-up for the Queen, who was intending to take down that air defense out back, having to use that last freeze spell now to keep these balloons safe as they make their way over the Tesla farm. They're going to have a mighty charge at the end here. The last line of defense for Shoya's base. An air defense and an archer tower popping away at the Dragon Rider first. The Dragon Rider goes down. Air defense is firing, but there's too many balloons caught in a tornado trap. They're slowed down a bit, but cleaned up along the top edge. It's going to be no problem at all for Gaku. 3 stars claimed for the Queen Walkers in their first engagement. 10 seconds left on that timer.
Really strong first attack from Queen Walkers, and this is how we want to see them starting into this matchup. We have this double elimination bracket, which means all of those teams have pretty much 2 lives. So if you lose once, you're not out of the tournament just yet, because you have the second option of coming back in the lower bracket. Obviously, those teams want to win in the upper bracket, because this means they would get seed number 1 in this group B. At the same time, a lot of matches are still to play, a lot of attacks are still to come, so we don't know all of those scores just yet. So let's see what Aphelion can bring to the table, and they're starting off with with the Inferno Dragon and Normal Dragon and Dragon Rise. This is like a really uncommon combination, I want to say, in this format. And why is he just circling the base with Dragon Rise? I'm kind of confused right now, Woody.
I am too. Shoya surrounding, but not entirely collapsing it. This is going to be a really quick attack, though. Ultimately, he will get that Archer Queen deployed, supporting the Grand Warden and the troops along the top side. Got a few buildings along the outer edges. I don't know if that was intending to just provide some funneling or just quick strikes or what, but sends in the Battle Blimp, gets an internal tone protection as well, pathing right over the Town Hall. Really good job there with the spells to keep those Loons and Dragon Rider on task. They knocked down the Town Hall for the first star claimed and are trying to get onto that single target Inferno. It's frozen up. The rest of the troops are going to be pathing in right next to it. Grand Warden still really doing a great job keeping them all safe, even with so many spells activating. Traps on defense, Skeleton in the air, floating up and trying to scare him. Shoya's making his way in, though. Itsu, does he got a chance at 3 stars?
I think the chance is definitely there with that Queen having her ability left, and especially the Royal Champion now coming in. And there is the Skeleton spell at the bottom, tanking those Tesla, tanking this scatter shot. And as long as this Royal Champion is staying alive, I think he's looking fine. There's the freeze under the scatter to keep that Royal Champion alive. Yes, 1 minute left. That Queen on the right side is not staying alive, but her archers are. And this means all of those buildings on this side should be taken down. Everything is relying on that Royal Champion. The Royal Champion has to finish off this attack. And that's exactly what she is doing. With over 50 seconds left, he should have no problem whatsoever. With time, the Inferno Dragon is even helping. And Woody, this means Aphelion Esports is tying things up. They're getting their first 3-star as well. And this means both of those teams are starting off with 3 stars, which is awesome to see, because we should have a close and intense match on our hands. I mean, that's what everyone is hoping for, right?
Oh yeah, of course we are. Hoping for it to go to the very, very end. Base covered in needles. Taking like a pin cushion with that Royal Champion, tossing spears out all over the place. A tight 1-1 even start here as both teams get that triple off their first engagement. Queen Walkers looking confident in the aerial category there. And same thing on the other side, but I'd say that the first attacks aren't necessarily telling of what we're going to see later on. It's the skills and the versatility from attackers that have a lot more experience on World Final stages even, that are able to take apart bases that might require a bit more time to deconstruct. I think that Queen Walkers might have a little bit of an advantage in the late game. So if you're rooting for them, expect their star to be rising.
That's right. And in this quick break, because we had a really quick attack, let's take a quick look at the roster of Queen Walkers. We have the familiar names on your screen right now. They are coming in with their OP roster. Yuta, the team captain, Gaku, Stardra, Stars, and Klaus are going to represent the Queen Walkers in this one. And I mean, we all know those players. We all love those players. They're so good and they're so well known in the community for those creative approaches, why they're loved so much. And I feel like this is really cool because they're doing their own unique style. And yes, still they're doing some meta strategies, but at the same time, they're doing it their own way. And this is so cool about them to watch it. So let's take a look. We have Stardra on the way with the P.E.K.K.A. Smash. And he's always bringing this unique style with it, where he's bringing the Golem to tank for his P.E.K.K.A. So like the Golem is tanking for the P.E.K.K.A, the P.E.K.K.A is tanking for the Super Wizards, and so on. So you can see already a pattern over there. And with start with that Warden to make sure that this Getter, maybe, depending on how much he wants to invest, is getting taken down. It's a heavy investment, but it should pay off if he's able to make sure that this follow-up is fitting.
Yeah, those Queen Walker guys looking really fresh in those Clash of Clans World Championship jackets lined up there. They are a force to be reckoned with, and Aphelion Esports are reckoning now. Stadra's Warden Walk does grab the scatter shot, as you mentioned there, and the Warden will path on over to help this Queen out now as those healers are ready to swap off as soon as necessary. Long-range expos for this phase set to ground, but that does not deter Stadra moving in from this right side corner. Big opening with the super wall break. And my favorite siege machine, the log launcher, rolling them on straight through and getting that big army built up. And raged it too.
Yeah, raging everything up, making sure that he is getting those troops into the core ASAP, because this log launcher is opening up everything. The loons are tanking those black mice, but there's the clan castle coming out of this building. Logs are rolling. The troops, are they going inside? That's the question. So far, the P.E.K.K.A are coming back. The Golem is even still alive inside this base. The Queen is walking around, so everything is looking perfect. The only thing is, are there enough troops alive to push towards their town? Because yes, the Golem is alive, but he is already popping in that single Inferno Tower. The Queen has to finally help those troops somehow push through and get their Town Hall down, because their Town Hall needs to fall. Otherwise, this is just way too much damage on those troops, Woody.
Yeah, I think he'll get the Town Hall, but those troops have just been really taking a lot of damage early on in this raid. He made it out to the back end, and cleanup now is going to be tough, but it is still within the realm of possibility for a man like Stadra. Invisibility spell out to protect that Royal Champion a little bit longer. She's already used her ability, but with a well-protected Archer Queen, that is really the crucial point of engagement here, keeping her alive, safe, and having that ability until the very end. A very judicious use of resources by Stadra, and he is once again going to get rewarded walking away with a 3-star. I don't know how he missed that giant bomb earlier with that attack on the Town Hall, exploding and taking out a few of those archers, but nonetheless, defense from Choco will not hold up as Stadra gets the third 3-star of this war, keeping pace with their previous performance. I mean, they put up 14, 15-star wars in the past just in this event, Bitsu.
Yeah, they're getting incredible high stars. And let's see, we have 2 more attackers coming, which are really famous for their creativity, Klaus and Stars. So let's see what they're going to bring to the table, because I feel like sometimes they're doing something completely crazy, especially if they're in the lead. So let's see if it's going to be a lead at this point, or if Aphelion can yet again tie things up, because so far, whenever we had this, the 3-star from Queen Walkers, we had a 3-star following from Aphelion. Can they do it? That's the question. They're going in next, and they have to make sure that they're getting those 3-stars, because I mean, there are a couple of teams out there where you do not want to fall behind early. I think Queen Walkers is definitely one of them, because they can really punish when you're not making sure that you're staying close to them score-wise. And now we have the Queen Charge Dragon Riders. Gaku started this match off with this strategy. Can Garakuta now get the 3-stars in as well for Aphelion with the same strategy and same approach?
Queen Charge Dragon Riders really seems to be a default attack strategy that doesn't take a whole lot of time to prepare for and can be used against a wide variety of bases. But it also seems to kind of be an admission that there's nothing better out there that would be specifically designed for a certain base that would be expected to get the triple. Still, Garakuta must feel confident going as the second attacker for Aphelion Esports with a deep charge in this top left section. Queen does not go for the Eagle Artillery early on here, but with a jump spell, will get access to the CC and that scatter shot, and maybe able to make it over to the artillery after all. No, he's going to send in a Dragon Rider to get the job done. It should be relatively safe out there on the edges, and that CC is not going to cause too much problems for the Archer Queen. Lava Hound just putting out a little piddling of damage, but that Eagle Artillery, on the other hand, has brought her down to half hit points. Enemy Royal Champion has been dispatched, but Garakuta's Royal Champion has used her ability early on here for this raid to take shape. He's charging in now with his main attack, Hitsu.
There we have those Dragon Riders charging into this base. Meanwhile, we have the Queen charging in this long compartment. I feel like this blimp was not really needed because this Queen can reach that Town Hall, so there was no need to actually make sure that sending in that blimp, because this Queen already is taking down so much value. From this compartment, she can reach pretty much everything inside this base, and this was such a crazy Queen charge. There's enough race to keep those Dragon Riders alive. But wait, there's another air defense on the back end. Can those Dragon Riders power through, or are there enough traps to defend them? So far, it seems like we have so many Dragon Riders still left alive, so that should be no problem whatsoever, especially with the Queen still alive and her ability. Woody, this base looks smashed.
Yeah, really excellent job to Garakuta. I mean, he probably could have finished it off with just the Archer Queen or the Dragon Riders, but to have basically the entire force still left here, this is a crushing blow to the Queen Walkers, and really great base identification by Garakuta. Smashed through, and this one wasn't even really close. Look how much time is left. I don't even think he lost a single Dragon Rider in that whole attack, Itsu.
Yeah, it was truly impressive attack. I feel like this charge on its own already took down the entirety of the space. This one compartment, being able to reach everything, like you were able to reach all of the expos, you were able to reach the Town Hall, the single front tower behind the Town Hall. You were just able to reach everything with this one charge, and that was just way too much value overall. So really, really great approach, really nice base identification, as you said, with figuring out how do you get into this compartment, because it's always easier said than done. You can like, oh yeah, that compartment looks good, but how do I get over there? What is the best way of getting into this compartment? This is the big question. And Garakuta was able to figure that out really, really nicely and made that base disappear really quickly.
Yeah, Queen Charge is kind of the default standard start, so anytime you find a base where you have a long corridor in the middle that you can just take a leisurely stroll through, popping down a gold storage, taking out a scatter shot, knocking apart an Eagle Artillery, and then the pièce de résistance, the best part at the end, you get a cherry on top in the form of a Town Hall targetable by the Archer Queen. That is an easy decision for Garakuta there, and he took it. Maybe the thinking on defense was that there would be enough traps or enough surprises, triggers from the clan castle that would slow down and prevent the Queen from making the charge all the way in, but it didn't seem like the firepower was concentrated enough to deny that. There was no single target Inferno that was really giving the Queen much trouble at all, and with plenty of spells to support her, Garakuta was just undeniable in that last attack.
Yeah, now we have Stars coming in with the Blizzard Lalo. This was one of the strategies where he was just so incredible good at already back then on Town Hall 13. And now he's bringing that as well into this match against Garakuta. Using the freeze onto the sweeper, making sure that he's getting behind this air defense. But where exactly is he trying to go in? Just next to the Mocha Inferno Tower. That's the goal. Trying to take down the defending Queen as well if she's jumping out of the invisibility spell again. That's what she just did. And with this value already, it looks pretty good for him, depending on the heroes are pathing. Because I feel like whenever we see those blizzards, yes, the blizzard itself gets crazy value, but at the same time, I feel like the biggest point, like the biggest power of the strategy is how you can use those heroes afterwards. And let's see what type of magic Stars can show us But he has what, around about 2 minutes left in this attack.
He was very careful with that initial blister. Almost even took down the enemy multi-target Inferno, but with damage off on it, as well as a knockdown for the Clan Castle and that enemy Archer Queen. That is a great start for Stars. Stabs in early with this Royal Champion, using her to finish off a scatter shot as well. That is going to be a big early commitment from a troop that is usually reserved for the sort of cleanup attack at the end, especially with a late and slow army like the Laloon. But this Sui charge, if it gets value early on by finishing off anything that can stop an aerial attack, those sweepers going down, air defense is really kind of clustered over on the right side. This should be an easy entry point, and with the Town Hall secured by this Barbarian King and Archer Queen charge, Stars is well on his way to victory, but just kind of running a bit late on time now. He needs to get that main attack underway, and that's what he's going to do, Itsu.
Yeah, starting that Lalo into this right side, but finding the tester farm right away. With having still the Warden ability left, I think he should be alright. Warden ability is getting popped right now, and with those headhunters, he's able to take this defending Royal Champion down. Keep freezing that multi-inferno on the core. There are a couple of red bombs coming up, but it's not enough to just somehow stop this wave of loons going in that way. We have now the backhand freeze as well, but there are so many loons alive. The defending king has been taken down as well by those pups and those minions. And with this, Stars has a huge wave of loons still left, and this should be a huge overkill. Really nicely done. Queen Walkers increasing on 9 stars after only 3 attacks.
Yeah, if those balloons were forming a wave, I'd call that a tsunami. Still like a dozen of them at least left at the end. Plenty of overkill there. Excellent job to both of our teams so far, where we have seen a perfect war for the first half of this match. 5 attacks completed, and it's triples across the board. I'd say Aphelion Esports are performing quite well, keeping their triples up against a squad that has been able to keep really strong enemies in a low-scoring position. Queen Walkers denied alternate attacks in the finals for the week 1, keeping them down to 12 stars. So Aphelion Esports has already managed to keep it at that point. But why don't we go ahead and look at the roster for Aphelion Esports? We'll get another quick glance at the players that they have brought to compete here today. 2 attacks in already, but the rest of them lined up here for your consideration. Chaco, Shoya, Sio, Garakuta, and Kazuma, Itsu.
Yeah, a lot of players on that list which are really well known in the community. Incredible players. A couple of them as well, really high up there in Legends. So we know them, we love them, and let's see if they can show exactly that in this match against Queen Walkers. And we have Kazuma coming in with nothing less than super witches. And he's even bringing a couple of super barbarians as well. That's a wild entry. Let's see if that's going to work.
4 of them indeed, a standard number of super witches for this strike, and bringing that ice golem as well for a little bit of cushioning out in front. Potentially could have used it for a charge with this Archer Queen, but instead will be healing her up after all. Finds a Tesla over there, and that could be a little bit of a problem for the healers if they path too close. Could take a few zaps, but nope, they will avoid the shots after all. Unicorn getting zapped now, but this entry point is looking good for Kazuma. Jumps over the hedges, and with a big rage spell, will be trying to get these troops on target as quickly as possible. Does not want them clumped up, because that enemy Eagle Artillery is difficult to reach deep within the base, and it is going to take a lot of penetrating to get all the way there, Itsu.
Yeah, he's keep trying to push deeper inside this base. We have the King versus King action on the bottom side. But with that attacking Headhunter, that should be not one of those fair fights. Instead, the attacking King is just overpowering over there. And now he's pushing further inside the base. The Queen already inside the core. Meanwhile, we have those Super Witches pushing around the bottom side. Finally approaching that Eagle. And with that Queen ability, the defending Queen has been taken down. There we go with the Royal Champion. And so far, this push looks strong. He has a skeleton spell, which he can use for the back. And we talked about it, being able to take the back and heavy hitting defenses. For example, a scatter shot. So that might be a good choice. The Queen is wrapping around, trying to save herself. And now the Royal Champion should be able to take over. And this is looking really good for Aphelion again.
Yep, Queen is down, but just like you said, Royal Champion is in here to finish the fight. Holding on to her ability still, and 48 seconds left for the last corner of this base. Kazuma looks well positioned for the triple. Holding on to that ability until she can get maximum value for it, knocking into that scatter shot and even ward fences. No, he's going to just hold on to it until the very end. The Swag Royal Champion ability by Kazuma. A little bit more salt in the wound for the Queen Walkers, who have been tripled yet again. Aphelion have brought their A game, and these two teams are unstoppable so far. Itsu, what a close war. I love to watch it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Those, like, this is happening when those top teams are facing off, like those incredible high stats. It is really impressive to watch, because like when any normal attackers are out there and trying to attack, and everyone is saying like, yeah, this meta is easy, and then you're as a normal attacker attacking, you're like, fail. Another fail, then maybe a time fail. So it's not as easy as those pros are making it look like. So it's a really impressive performance so far from both sides. But at the same time, one of those two teams needs to get the defense. Otherwise, we need to go down to time, because time is the third tiebreaker. So it's all about stars first, then it's the percentage, and then it is time, which is the third tiebreaker. So let's hope that it's not coming down to this, because I feel like having this score based on stars in the end is always a better feeling, I feel.
I'll agree with you on that one. A confident victory is a bit more exciting to see, and I think that that's something that these teams might still yet deliver us. The last attacks do tend to have a lower hit rate than the earlier hits in the war, so let's see if Klaus is still yet able to keep pace with his prior teammates' performance. Triples all around the board for both squads. Is he going to be the one to stumble up next, or will he keep this crazy train a-rolling? That'll blimp right into that middle compartment there, crashing down, and with the invisibility and rage perfectly placed there, those super wizards are going to be causing a massive blizzard disaster for Kazuma on defense.
Yeah, and they can reach so many important buildings. Already taking down the scatter shot, now the Eagle, and Inferno Tower as well. So much is gone already of those key defenses, and this now is looking incredibly good for Klaus already. We have, though, 2 more wall breakers to get that Queen charging into that tunnel compartment to take that down as well. And after that, there's not much left, because consider that there is like only ground expos on the back end, and then coming in with like a Lalo, that's not the best option for a base which you have. So far the push looks strong. Can he take down the Inferno Tower? Yes, he can. And this means this Queen is just charging in there with only the Unicorn. That's just incredible.
Even with a skeleton trap on defense, Kazuma trying to insulate that single target Inferno, it was not enough. Perfect timing on that Queen ability pop before the enemy skeleton's distractor, and that Town Hall is toast. Has used all the abilities for those 3 heroes, and now it's just up to the Grand Warden up top with his La Lune strike. The Sui charge has been so effective, and this base has effectively been imploded. Itsu, everything in the core has just been gutted, and it's just going to be this counterclockwise sweep along the top, down to the left corner, and then out to the bottom in the end. Klaus is well positioned to finish this thing off with another haste spell and 2 freezes to shut down any stubborn defenses on the back end. There it goes on the multi-target Inferno. The Grand Warden statue and the Wizard Tower crushed it apart, Itsu.
What a crazy attack. Like, being able, like, thinking about using those lightnings not only for the sweeper, but as well for damaging that bomb tower to make sure that you can land with the blimp on top of it, and then just getting so much value from in there. That is just incredible. And we have Klaus with that next 3-star. I don't think time is any issue on this one, because he has still 1 Dune left, which he can deploy to make sure that cleanup is no problem. Even the king is getting taken down. He's trying to run away, but I don't think he can run from this one. 20 seconds left. This base is gone. And we have another 3-star. Queen Walkers is being 4 out of 4 against Aphelion Esports. If you think like Aphelion Esports is far behind, not really. They are 3 out of 3 so far. So both teams are showing wonderful performances, and we we have to wait for the first fail.
Yeah, amazing skill from both sides. Just a masterclass in offensive Clash of Clans. And this is already shaping up to be one of the highest scoring wars in all of Clash Masters history. To be 7 attacks in and for them to all be triples for both teams is a really big pickup. And if Aphelion Esports keep this up, we will be at 12-12, a scoreline that we often see for clans out of all 5 attacks. So them to still have another round left in the chamber after that, to try to go for the perfect v perfect, unheard of in competitive Clash of Clans. And there has been no major esports competition of which I'm aware that at the top level in the playoffs, we would get a potential perfect v perfect war. Itsu, is this an unprecedented move, or is there any history that we can look to suggest what will happen next?
Right, we still have to wait. Like, there's still a couple of attacks left. I mean, we don't want to jinx this already now too early, but it's looking good for sure for both teams. We have the next attack coming in with that Queen George Lalo, luring out the Clan Caster, and we have a triple Ice Golem Clan Caster in here, which is an interesting combination and really cool looking base, I have to say, from Sadra in this one. So let's see how this attack works onto this base. We have the Queen Shard starting, but it's already 30 seconds gone, and those Ice Golems are going to make sure that this Queen is taking even longer. There's the first wall break. Going to be able to wall break this compartment to make sure this Queen can reach that scatter shot. And then we have a jump spell later on to make sure that this Queen is actually able to reach the Town Hall. That would be my guess. But if that's going to work, we have to wait, especially with still King, Queen, and Royal Champion at the top side of the space still left. I don't think that that is going to be an easy Lalo coming in then from this top side, Woody.
Yeah, this is going to be a long march and a difficult call. Crashing into that right corner, though, he's gotten a lot of work done already with that blimp, and the Archer Queen now able to pierce directly in. Enemy Archer Queen's taken a lot of damage as well, and she might otherwise have been a big threat for a Laloon push. Jump spell will not send the Queen into that bottom compartment with the Town Hall. Instead, he's going to rely on the Barbarian King and his friends to get the work done. Freeze spell is required, though, as a skeleton trap popping out is going to slow down the King a bit. Yak and King are wrecking the Town Hall. Does it stand, though? Yak is going to headbutt it one more time. No! Misses in the Town Hall stand. Sio is going to have to really adapt quickly here to make sure he gets that second star, since in the Royal Champion from the bottom. But that might be a little bit of an overcommitment. Does he have enough forces along the top side now to finish out that Town Hall and the multi-target Inferno? Big forces still standing up for Stadra. Will the defense stand, Itsu?
Those eagle shots are hitting those healers hard, and the Royal Champion losing her ability versus their Town Hall is not the best thing either. And we have now a back and eagle. Can he still make that work? I mean, the Queen is staying alive for now. She is able to reach most of those things, but the healers are going down versus those red bombs. And now everything is relying on this backhand, relying on the backhand eagle, on the backhand multi-inferno tower. We have one rage left. He's going to use that, but the Royal Champion already dropped. 25 seconds left. Haste at the top side. There are a ton of red bombs. But can those goons make it work? Those goons somehow need to finish off the space, but there's so many traps, so much damage over there.
He's timing out! I don't think he's got it. He's falling apart. The balloons just got hammered by that Eagle artillery, even with help from the Archer Queen pathing into the middle to take it down. The Tesla farm up at the top. The last line of defense for Stadra, and it holds. Hold the line, Queen Walkers. 93% 2-star, and Aphelion have finally been rebuffed. The sandbags stacked at the top. The clever defense there from Stadra, just a little bit more than he could handle. Great entry point, but not going to be enough value to justify that big expenditure early on. And ultimately, we are left with a lead for the Queen Walkers, a narrow 7%. But in a war that was perfectly perfect so far, that is a big pickup.
Yeah, I feel like maybe Lady B pushed ahead a little bit too far with her perfect prediction. Who knows? I mean, we did the same, to be honest, but it's just
I did
the kings of jinxing. So yeah, at this point, it looks like we won't have a perfect. at least one of the attacks are going to be a defense. And we have now Utah coming in. And now the question is this going to be only even one perfect? That's the main question. He is coming in with the Queen Charge Hybrid. 3 rages, 2 heal spell, pretty classic entry overall. And he should be able to take down both bomb towers with this Town Hall charge. And that's always great value, Woody.
Yeah, it sometimes gets kind of thrown away as a forgotten building in an air meta especially. It just kind of seems like something you got to place on the field somewhere, but it is really designed well to deny hogs and miners this specific strategy by Utah from getting maximum value, just blowing up as many troops as possible. But that is not going to happen this time around. The charge in the bottom corner might not seem like it is getting everything that it needs, but there's some clever trickery at play here from Utah, so do not underestimate it. We do have some ground targeting expos as well that would otherwise have been some pretty good long-range damage against the attack getting neutralized. So even though you're still seeing those multi-target infernos up, scatter shot in the core, and an eagle artillery still far away from the encounter, Utah 14 will charge against the enemy queen and scatter shot in that left corner first, and has got a solid shot to get this thing back up and finished for a perfect war.
Yeah, we have that queen inside the single phone tower, using the ability to keep her alive, and now we have the chaos starting, which hybrid is. Hybrid is the controlled chaos, if you want to call it like this, because only the master can control it, and we have the hybrid slowly pushing through. We have one more heal spell left. He has to use it right in front of that eagle, but there is that defending king as well. The scatter shot inside this core is keep staying up, keep dishing out that damage, and that is really deadly against all of those hybrid troops. But there is the royal champion splitting off, maybe taking down the scatter. Is the royal champion going to make it? Yes, it is. And now we have this hybrid finishing in under the back ammo Inferno tower with 1 minute left and the queen alive, Woody. I think we have the perfect war on our hands.
Utah 14 has done it! The Queen Walkers marching on with a perfect war! Incomparable offensive performance from them. All 15 stars claimed. And that is going to be it for Aphelion. They will be kicked down to the lower bracket with another opportunity to compete later in this double elimination format. But with the Queen Walkers with 5 for 5, their offense is really impressive right now. And it's just going to be a question for me whether they've saved some bases for the next match to try to get into the grand finals, because Aphelion Esports have been doing a really great job against them as well, only missing 7% out of their first 4 attacks. 3 of them triples. Really suggests that the Queen Walkers might need to focus a little bit more on defense now. I mean, they have a perfect offense at this point. What more can you ask of them? Nothing, right?
I mean, if you get out of those 15 stars, it is really likely that you're going to win, to be honest. So, as long as their offense always looks like this, I think they can be happy. But still, there's one more defense to go. Let's see if Aphelion can make it 14 stars overall. And so far, this Group B is looking incredibly strong with their showing. Aphelion with their last attack. Let's see if they can make it count.
Yeah, if you get 15 stars, the only way to lose at that point is if your opponent also gets 15 stars and even faster than you. Something that we have not yet seen in the Clash Masters that I've really got my fingers crossed, hoping that we get that perfect be perfect. As hard as it would be for the team that took longer with their attacks. Nevertheless, though, let's go take a look back at Choco now. The last attacker for Aphelion Esports, trying to get that 14 up on the board. If he still does manage to do so, that could be the second strongest offense that we see in this Group B, and could bode very well for them through the bottom bracket. There will be a team that emerges to the grand finals from the bottom bracket, and Aphelion wants to send a clear message that it is going to be them. Starting off on the charge with the right side corner, it is a Sui dive. There are no healers to back up this triple La Lune strike. Knocking down some ground targeting expos, though. The Queen's either going to go up for the Town Hall or down for the air defense. But it's going to be tough to be able to grab both of them. Getting burnt up now by the Giga Inferno. She goes, continue pathing along the top side, and that's going to leave an air defense left for that Grand Warden to try to go grab. Or the Royal Champion, rather.
I think we're
No.
about to witness a really cool Royal Champion trick, because we have 2 Earthquakes,
Oh, wow.
yep, and a couple of Lightnings. But wait a second, the Royal Champion is going in the complete different direction than he expected, and now he has to somehow get that attack back on where it's supposed to go. Those Headhunters are...
What on earth? He's freezing, poisoning, and invising all right there in the center, trying to take down the enemy CC troops and keep this Royal Champion safe. He's spending virtually every spell he's got on this dive, Itsu.
Spending everything onto that Royal Champion, and still those Headhunters are surviving, so not really optimal. He's now sending in the blimp to target that inside scatter shot to make sure that it's going down. But that Royal Champion shield did not go where he was supposed to go. All of those loons are going away right away with those red bombs, but the Dragon Rider is staying alive. Now with that huge loon parade, is he able to push that through? He has 1 Lava Hound left and 7 more loons to push them in from the right side. There's only the Single Inferno Tower left alive. He has 1 minute left, and this is looking strong. The loons are pushing in. He has 1 haste, 1 freeze left. And I think he should not even use that freeze, so make sure that this sound is popping, because I feel like the biggest threat at this point is the time. He has 40 seconds left, but not too much cleanup, Woody.
The Hound does pop Inferno Tower beaming straight onto it, and the spread looks pretty strong. Troops are going to be going out in multiple different directions. Lots of minions and pups going for the top side, even a few balloons breaking off. So fortunate news here for Chaco. He's still losing troops to traps on the interior of the base, but the cleanup is going to be very effective after all, thanks to the nice early positioning from him there. Aphelion Esports with a 14-star showing, thanks to Chaco's last triple, only missing that 7% in their 4th hit. A very tight war, and I gotta say, Aphelion have impressed me. They outperformed my expectations and have got a solid shot still in this bottom bracket. But Queen Walkers, Week 1 champions, will be moving on in the upper bracket and only need 1 more victory in order to get a grand finals spot, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right, and we have still so more matches to go. The next match is going to be HT Family facing off against Alternate. The winner of that match then again is going to face Queen Walkers. The loser of that next match is going to face Aphelion. But to be honest, if I take a look at that match, I don't know, I don't want to face either, like one of them. Like both of those teams looked super strong today in their first match. So I don't know, it's not going to be an easy thing for these next 2 contenders. But let's hope that they're ready for this next one, Woody.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen alternate attacks lose in a war that they did not compete in. But with Aphelion Esports and Queen Walkers getting a 15-14 scoreline, that is got to be really scary for both them and HT Family. We're ready to take a quick break, though. Get ready for alternate attacks for HT Family coming up next. Stay with us. Howdy, y'all, and welcome back to Clash Masters! We are deep into our playoff week where Group B will have one last match before we get a chance to see how our bracket shapes up for the rest of the day. One more chance for HT Family and for alternate attacks to prove themselves in the arena, where they're going down to the lower bracket in this double elimination format. Who's going to face off against Queen Walkers next for a spot in the grand finals, and who's going to have to go down and face Aphelion Esports? A terrifying prospect either way. My name's Woody. I'm joined here today by Itsu, and we are about to start our second war. Itsu, what are you looking forward toward?
I'm looking forward to an incredible match because considering that we had Justin 15-14, I mean, both of those teams want to have an as good showing as possible because they have to face those other two teams and they had really high scores. So it's not going to be an easy one, but I think we should take a look at the rosters first. So let's check out the first team and see what this roster looks like. We have as the first team HT Family with ICU, Izuke, Fire, Jinmu, and Quink. And this is a really good team, which is out there for quite some time. So we can expect a lot from them, hopefully, Woody.
Yeah, I think so too. I gotta say though, HT Family has had consistent, but not necessarily top scoring performance. This is a squad that qualified through points. So for the first 3 weeks, they were getting placements in that playoff spot for the Clash Masters qualifiers, but never an outright victory. Their top showing was in the first week where they got third place, dropping out to MCES, and were also defeated by the Queen Walkers. They did get a victory over Tompanai Empire, though, a Worlds qualified team. So they certainly have an interesting history and have been able to get big wins before. But with defeat also to Nishong Dance, another team that's going to be in the Clash Masters playoffs from Group A, it's going to be a dicey run for them. Lost to Queen Walkers in Group 3, kind of across the board. They've had some tough runs. And going up against alternate attacks, a World Championship team, they're going to have a good run in this next 5 hits if they want to get the win. Let's go take a look at alternate attacks, though. Itsu?
Yeah, we have the familiar names out there. Yo-Yo23, Boom, Ast, Valley, and Musk. All of them together. They're fresh back home from their vacation. And let's see if it was refreshing for them and they found their skill back for Clash in this competition against HT Family. Obviously, you want to be in this higher bracket, in this upper bracket, to make sure that you have the best chance of getting this victory. And we have HT Family starting this match off with some dragons, dragon riders, and some rages, which means we're going to witness a Hydra attack onto this base from us.
Rocking through the right corner with that Barbarian King ready to smash him up, and Eagle Artillery and that air defense. Support from the Archer Queen as well, and that right corner is about to get deleted. King K from HT Family has got a Battle Blimp as well to support this Hydra push. But wow, is he going to really commit to this top right side? An aggressive play to get things kicked off here in this war. Itsu going to have to go for a long bomb approach all the way across this base. But holding on to the Battle Blimp, he does have a plan B in case things start looking a little bit tricky here. Early encounters with the scatter shots, though, bode well for an attack that would otherwise have some difficulty with them. And shutting down that sweeper in the center and the multi-target inferno at the same time. Good news for King K. I like this approach so far. It is a risky one, though, Itsu.
It is a risky one indeed, but with that Warden ability, everything is staying safe. The Warden is reaching that tunnel. That was the key thing about this attack. And yes, so many spells, it feels like. A backhand freeze is even keeping the Queen alive, because the Queen somehow was able to get through that wall because of the Yak opening it up. And now we have that backhand. Wait a second. Even the Royal Champ is even coming in. Yes, a freeze left, which means if the single Inferno Tower is locking onto his Royal Champ, that should be no problem whatsoever. There is the freeze. And I feel like this, with that Royal Champ ability, he should be easily be able to clear things up and get that first 3-star in this match.
Archer Queen got taken down by a little baby bomb. You wish you had a little bit of minesweeping action in there, but unfortunate to lose her. Still, like you mentioned, Queen K is going to have so much left over here with the Royal Champion charging in for the cleanup kill. A couple of dragons and their little baby going to be still there to finish this thing off. Holding on to a couple of archers as well. He'll stack those in for another quick second kill there on the last building. And Asta's base has been demolished. HT family come in with a strong punch to start this thing off. And I won't say an atypical attack, but usually we see a bit more of an orthodox strategy for the opening. It was unusual to see Hydra on a Sui charge against the back line of this base, not even going for the town hall until the very end of the attack. Signals to me that HT family knows that they are going to have an uphill battle against alternate attacks and are willing to make some risky plays to try to get the win.
Yeah, and just the approach with having so many rages for this Hydra part was really impressive. Like, he delayed the first rages for so long, and then just raging in the core, delaying the warden ability even longer to make sure that all of those black mines, which are typically located inside this core, being able to tank all of those was a really good move. And then the fact that this Yak opening up the wall for the queen to make sure that she's reaching that next compartment was clutch overall. And then the blimp reaching the town hall was... the space was done. So really good first hit for HT family. And now we have to take a look at alternate to see if they can get their first 3-star in as well. They were a little bit shaky the last couple of times. So let's see if they can get back on form. And we have Boom starting things off. This time not with the blizzard, but instead with some lightnings. But he's sticking to that Lalo.
Archer Queen bottom corner with some support from the king as well. Charging in basically a Sui dive here with an Ice Golem to protect the king this time instead. Finds his way onto the enemy king, and it will be a clash of kings in the bottom left corner. Slicing and chopping as best they can. The ability popped now, and with the Yak as well, that will be able to finish them off. Royal Champion to help the king as well, and this is going to be a big commitment on the heroes early on by Boom of alternate attacks. 2 Lava Hounds and the Stone Slammer, big offensive bulk out in front of these loons, crashing in on the Eagle Artillery nice and early for this attack. Still seeing an enemy Royal Champion over in that right side corner, protecting an air defense and a multi-target Inferno. That's why Boom is holding on to those 3 headhunters to finish her off on the last stage of this attack. But this is a lightning quick strike here. It's wasting no time at all.
No time at all is getting wasted, but take a look at this back end tester form. It just popped up as he was crossing the 50% mark, and now it's all about this back end. The multi-furniture on the back end is getting frozen up, so no chance of fighting back. And he even has the warden ability left. Now the warden ability in combination with those headhunters, so the scatter shot has no chance. Oh, wait a second. Those tester might completely mess up the pathing with this. With this scatter staying up, this might be a big problem for him, because this scatter can deal a ton of damage to those loons. But with this invisibility spell, only the owl is getting targeted for now. Oh. If a loon can make it on top of that scatter, it would look good. There's only 1 loon. Is this going to be enough, Woody, for this?
And the builder hut takes it down. Headhunters distracted by the CC there. Finally, we get a Grand Warden to get a few shots off on there, and he's distracting the scatter shot as well. That might have just saved the raid, because Scattershot could easily pop those balloons and the minions at the same time. Grand Warden took one for the team, hovering around on his magic cloud, just like Goku there. Boom from alternate attacks gets the triple in not a dominant showing, but a triple is a triple after all, and that's going to give a sigh of relief for his other teammates and some more time to gather themselves and prepare for the next strike. Perfect start for both of these squads so far. And once again, we are seeing a tight war shaping up here, Itsu.
Yeah, both teams starting with those 3 stars, and it looked really overpowering at the end, but at the same time, all of those loons were really low on hit points, which means if that Warden would have not tanked that scatter, 1 shot maybe, or maybe 2 shots off that scatter shot, and all of those loons were down. So it looked pretty overpowering at the end, but it was actually pretty close with the retargeting of those defenses. Either way, getting those 3-star in is really important to start things off as well with 3 stars for alternate. And now we're back to HT Family to see what they can bring next to the table against the alternate bases, which are typically defending so good. But can they make it in this match as well against such a tough opponent? That's a big question, Woody.
Yep. That's the question we've always got to ask ourselves, Itsu. And I think that for me, I'm still in the alternate attacks camp on this one. I still think that they are going to go further, have got more firepower available to them. But I will say in HT Family's defense that alternate attacks has been playing a bit imbalanced in this Clash Masters tournament. I don't want to say that they're playing weak at all, but they haven't necessarily always brought that 15-star performance that we know that they can do. A 15-star showing over JX Tiger. They got 15 stars over their previous opponents in Worlds, MCES. So this is a clan that is capable of perfect wars, but they've also had some strange setups. They got a 13-star draw against a relatively unknown clan, Fireworks, compared to these World Championship squads that have gone up against them. A tie there, just barely eking out a win on percentage, was strange. They got 12 stars against the Queen Walkers, who we saw earlier. They are not a team that were able to even advance out of points from the first 3 weeks of the qualifiers, taking another strange and unfortunate loss to RTK. So alternate attacks has shown up very strong in the past. They got their win over Aphelion Esports, a 13-12 to get their spot here in the Clash Masters playoffs. But HT Family have shown that when they're on a hot streak, there is nothing that can stop them. Let's see if Brave Intrepid, their second attacker, starting out with a Queen Charge in the left corner, set it up with a Sui Dive. In fact, no healers to keep her safe for this Hydra opening, is going to get the work done.
Yeah, and we have pretty much a hero dive for those heroes are not getting kept alive, which I have to say, I don't like too much. I feel like on those air attacks, so many times we see those heroes being the clutch factor at the end, being able to save the attack. But this time around, though, he's just pushing in with his heroes, going for that eagle, and maybe even he tried to get that defending queen out of the way as well, because on the back end now, he has 2 scatter shots going up against him, which is not going to be an easy thing at all. We have the dragons and the dragon riders getting started at that bottom side, and we have to wait for that blimp, because this blimp is going to get the town hall again. Okay, no warn ability for the blimp, instead most likely a different angle to make sure that it's less likely baited, because alternate is really known for being really good at baiting those blimps. A couple of black mans are getting triggered. This question still remains, what about this town hall and what about the blimp?
Yeah, I've seen double giant bombs take out a hog army, but double seeking air mines knocking down a dragon rider is something completely different. Other dragon riders at the top side just had no support at all to finish off the enemy archer queen, who still is above half hit points, looking healthy and on the prowl, ready to strike quick. Nice bat bomb here on the top corner. We'll be able to get this scatter shot down. A free spell as well to deny that other scatter shot a chance to fire at the bats. And they are really ripping through this space fast. The main army is down here, but Brave Intrepid has got an ace up his sleeve, Itsu.
With those bats, he's trying to go through, but this defending queen is protecting that scatter shot. And with only 15 seconds left, this is not looking good. And now we see the scatter shot. Yep, there goes those bats. All of those bats are gone. And with 5 seconds left, this is the first defense in this matchup. In the match between Aphelion and Queen Walkers, we had to wait until like the 8th attack or something for the first fail. In this match, already the 3rd attack is going to be a defense, and the percentage is looking incredibly good. 78%. That's a defense you take any day of the week for sure.
Yeah, the 87% 2-star there came threateningly close to the triple. There was really only just the scatter shot that was keeping them away from it. But as you saw, their scatter shot will just wreck bats. Any splash damage onto them, and they are going to be done for. Got them awfully low, actually. That scatter shot was not at full health at the end. It took a few shots from the bats earlier on. but that defending Archer Queen was just so powerful on the top side of the base, keeping those Dragon Riders at bay and ensuring that any little defensive chance that alternate attacks had to hold on to that base was going to be claimed. So victory for alternate in that last exchange, a 1-star leg up potentially if they can triple here and now. Vale certainly has the skills to do it, but can he execute, Itsu?
Yeah, we have, I think it's pretty much the same army composition onto this base as well. So let's see how the alternate version of this strategy is going to work. We have the Headhunter coming in, making sure protecting that Royal Champion. The King is going for that Town Hall with that Queen together. The Ice Golem should freeze the town. Wait a second, the town is just disappearing with all of this damage. And now even the Royal Champion is taking down the core of this base. No invisibility spell whatsoever, so this Royal Champion is going to go down. But still, he got so much out of this base already. And now we have those dragons getting started at the top side into this base. The first red bombs are popping, but that's not too big of a threat. Question though is, those black mines, they are a big threat, because now those dragons need to move inside this base, and there are more black mines coming up, Woody.
Yeah, these dragons are just evaporating. Triple shots from that Eagle artillery, knocking into a few of them. Seeking air mines and defending super minions, even popping a few more hits off. Single target Inferno locks onto the Stone Slammer, but Vale will use that Eternal Tome to protect to get the drop there and keep on pathing deeper into the base. Bat Bob coming out on the left corner now. Is there any splash damage that could shut it down? Yes, a scatter shot, but it locks onto the Dragon Rider first. Vale will be able to continue his path of destruction on the left side and holding on to 2 more free spells. He is not going shy to drop those in quick. Gets it down, and there's no more splash damage structures that can finish off these bats. Just got to look out for any big red air bombs that might try to take him down, but that is looking like an overwhelming showing from Vale. 3 stars easily claimed without any defenses left, and it is a minute for cleanup. Vale has done it, Itsu.
And take a look what type of an overkill this is. Yes, so many dragons alive, a ton of dragon riders alive as well, and this is a huge one-sided attack. Really nicely done by him, and this means alternate are now taking the lead after the second attack of both of those teams. HG family need to 3-star this next attack, otherwise they keep falling behind, and this is never a good thing against alternate.
Certainly not, but alternate looking really strong right now with 2 3-stars right out of the gate. Something that they haven't always been able to do in past wars, so happy for them that they were able to replicate here. HT family missing on their second attack really signals to me that they are going to be in a tough position. It's especially bad to be behind and have to attack first. It means that even if you get the triple here, you still are going to be behind. And if you get a 2-star, it's basically the end of your war at that point when you're behind by a star already. And in the kind of the lower 90s, it's going to be a tough chance for HT family even just to tie on stars and try to get that percentage ahead, Itsu.
Yeah, not an easy task at all, indeed. So HT family, I think they're going in with air again. I feel like so far at least they were really successful with air, except this one dragon bats attack, which really backfired horribly for them. But I don't know, I feel like, I mean, yes, Vale just showed how to do those hero dives where you don't have to keep them alive, but I feel like it's, I don't know, I don't like it that much, especially that Vale took down the town, not the eagle, is a huge game changer on this one. So the Clan Castle placement was pretty big. We have the next attack coming in, and they're not going in with air, but instead we have the Queen George hybrid onto the space of Musk, and he's bringing 4 air expos, which means the Queen George ground attack makes sense for sure.
It was a bit atypical to have seen 2 bat attacks in a row, back to back. Haven't quite seen as much success as we just saw from them by alternate attacks, but knowing when to use an unusual strategy for maximum effect is super important here. I see you having a bit of trouble as the healers are going to start coming into air defense range, and that's one of them down already. Pops the invisibility spell to try to keep them safe, but the Archqueen's locked onto the Town Hall, and that is going to be even more damage next for those healers. Has to drop balloons just to take the damage for them. Not even really getting very much value out of them, but the main phase of the attack is now underway. It's going to be a big charge from the left side corner. Grand Ward protecting this hybrid army and a siege barracks as well for some additional funneling along the outside edge, Itsu.
Yeah, taking out everything the hybrid is going through, and so far not too many spring traps were on the path of those miners. The Queen, though, is really fighting for her life, somehow staying alive for now, but it's not going to be easy. Another rage is getting invested, but with this Archer Tower on the healers, it is not looking that good for the Queen. Hybrid, though, is having a lot of problems as well. The heal spell is getting placed, a freeze as well. But with this heal spell, maybe you can keep enough troops alive, but they're just getting taken down. We have the P.E.K.K.A, which is fighting for everything at the bottom side, but the king, the defending king, is still alive. The Queen is getting taken down, and the attack, which looked in theory really good because we had 4 air expos versus the ground attack, it's just not paying off, Woody.
This is devastation for HT family. An intrepid P.E.K.K.A in the bottom corner managed to trigger a couple of those giant bombs, trying to keep the ground army safe. But as you can see on your screen, 5 giant bombs in that bottom compartment. Really tough to overcome the damage that they can dish out. Even bringing in heal spells, the burst of that splash damage is super effective against a hybrid army from the bottom. And they were just unable to exit that compartment. Still a defending hero, keeping things safe in the bottom corner there. So with that deficit from their 2-star in the second attack, HT family are going to once again fall behind in attack number 3 and really just leave the door wide open for alternate attacks to just storm on through here and take this war in the mid stage.
Yeah, I think if Alton is going to get like another 3-star, this match is pretty much done. Especially considering how the first match went. I think, yeah, maybe Alton looks good to face off against Queen Walkers, but I think HG Family really needs to improve as well if they want to have a chance versus Athenian Esports. This is how those matchups look like right now with the tendencies which we're showing or which we're seeing in the match at the moment. But still, a lot of attacks to go. If Alton, though, are getting this next 3-star, this would be a huge boost for them into this match, and a huge, how do you say, a huge move for Alternate getting another lead in this match overall.
Well, the opportunity is out there for them now, and even if they were to miss the 3-star, look, a 2-star would put them up at 8, still ahead of HT Family. And it would have to be a pretty low 2-star to drop their percentage down below where HT Family is at. So they have got a lot of breathing room here. Alternate attacks are not a squad to let up the pressure, though. And against HT Family in a high-stakes match right now, they know that this is a win that they want to get, not just barely, but decisively. Ast will be the next to attack with a log launcher, setting up following a Queen charge into a Dragon Rider heavy comp. Battle Blimp will be the first stab at the Town Hall compartment here. Popping it early, though, out here on the right side corner. Bombs exploding and giving a little bit of trouble for the troops that are streaming out, taking down that single target Inferno and making their way over to the Town Hall. Yeti Mites topping around, but they don't even activate the Town Hall. No encounter there for Ast, yet he still has gotten some pretty solid value to set up for the next stage here. It's going to be that Queen charge into the bottom corner, popping down the CC troops and ready for a knockdown finish, Itsu.
Yeah, this entry so far looks really strong for him. He has only 4 Dragon Riders, but at the same time, he is bringing a lot of cleanup troops to make sure that this attack is not falling short on time. Getting the screenshots into the town compartment is huge, because with the setup of how those buildings are structured and like how this layout is forming out, I think the Queen should always stay close to the wall, which means the Queen should be able to dodge that Town Hall poison. And this is obviously always a huge thing, especially if you're charging into that Town Hall compartment. At the moment, it takes a long time for this Queen to get through all of this because of all of those skeletons traps. We have another wall break to get the Queen even further inside the base. Now it's all about the pathing of that queen. Where is the queen going? Is she going to dodge that tunnel poison? Yes, she is. Time is ticking though. 1 minute 30. There we go with those Dragon Riders. They're starting on the complete other side of the base. And now we have to wait if he can keep them alive. The loons are in as well. Most of them are already going down. But now it's all about this defending queen getting taken down. Because if he can do that, this attack looks stunning so far for Alternate.
Got her down, and that's going to be an unprotected multi-target Inferno right next to a Dragon Rider. Gets the path directly onto it, but a defending Air Sweeper is trying to push it back as best as it can do. It makes its way into the Air Sweeper, retargeting on, gets another blowout there. Whoosh! But not able to get that Dragon Rider off. Right there in the center, now it's going to be that Royal Champion making another hit at that defending scatter shot, knocking apart a few shots, but that defending skeleton trap is going to distract her for a little while here. Still not enough to keep her away from her target. Invisibility spell out on the defending multi-target Inferno to let those troops get a little bit more up close and personal, I suppose. Pops the queen ability for some additional DPS on this final cleanup, and that is going to be it. Ast gets the 3 stars for alternate attacks to continue that perfect march toward victory.
Really, really strong performance so far from them, getting 3 out of 3 of those attacks with 3 stars, which is looking like a really one-sided match, you want to say, because IG family is really struggling against those alternate bases so far. Even with those air expos, you can't make it work with the ground, so things like that, not getting those 3 stars on those setups is always really unfortunate. But now HG family, if they want to have any chance, I mean at this point it's unlikely, we have to say that, but if they want to have any chance, they need to 3-star now. They need to keep that what they started off, like they started so strong into this match, and then they were falling short twice. So now getting their 3 stars to make sure that they have the chance of staying inside this would be the biggest thing. Like, this is what they have to do if they want to have a chance.
Well said, Itsu. They have to win if they want to have a chance. They are now behind by 2 stars. They're going to need some impressive 3-star finishes here, as well as defenses. It is not likely, Itsu. There's a lot of different ways to say this here, but being 2 stars behind in the mid-war is kind of a tough position, to say the least. IzK is going to be trying to make the best out of this tough spot, though, trying to squeeze out a win from the jaws of defeat. Sends in an early Lava Hound to insulate that strike against that air defense. Big investment, but it will protect the Dragon Rider as well, and he ought to be able to path onto that Eagle Artillery. Getting that knocked down early is going to be a big spin for IzK, but he's got a multi-pronged attack here, and I don't even think I can follow everything that's happening right now. Itsu, what is drawing your attention, though?
I think the queen charge, like depending on where the queen goes, this looks really good or really bad depending on that. The next thing is that he's only bringing 3 Dragon Riders, which is not that common. The next wall breaker is targeting the exact correct wall to make sure that the queen is pathing into the town direction. And with this, he should be looking good. Now the question though is, how is that hound timing looking like? Because it looks like the hound is exactly coming when that queen was. Oh, he is making that hound invisible, which is a nice move, because this means this tunnel is going down first, and then the queen can deal with that defending hound. So really good timing on that one. But now we have 3 Dragon Riders against the rest of this base. Is this going to be enough? That's the question. Are there any spring traps against those headhunters? It seems to be no. So this defending queen is going down. He's going against the sweeper, but with having the Royal Champion over there as well, this attack, Woody, is still looking really good.
Very nice Eternal Tome to IzK. Great protection at the moment he needed it most. Still holding on to a couple more spells to try to finish this whole thing off. Big shield from that champion, knocking apart the sweepers, and that's going to get the remaining Dragon Riders right onto target. 2 of them there going down, though, in the center of this base, and the scatter shot's still up, wrecking havoc for the attacking troops. It's just a little bit that remains on the interior here now as they're about to get to the outer edges of this base. An Archer Tower or 2 on the backside is not going to be enough to stop these cleanup troops. 48 seconds left to finish everything off. Just keep an eye on those Teslas over in the right side corner. What is going to get over to them? Dragon Rider's awfully low, and I don't expect it to be able to finish this thing off. Grand Ward's going to have to be awfully careful to keep his troops happy and safe if he wants to get the win here.
Yeah, the Warden somehow needs to target those correct buildings to make sure that all of the Tesla are going down, because those Tesla might be the biggest problem. At the same time, we have only 18 seconds left in this one. Warden is now switching over to the mortar. Should be able to take down this Tesla, especially with the troops tanking. And with
Oh, yeah.
only a couple of seconds left, he is able to do it. Iske is getting the 3-star, which was so important for HG Family, making sure that they can maybe get this comeback win. But this is just giving this chance to the team of making this comeback possible.
You are a generous and friendly man. It's giving HT Family every opportunity that they deserve to get the comeback here after all. 1-star lead, but 2 attacks left for alternate. Play out the worst possible scenario for alternate right now in your mind. The worst possible scenario, as far as I can tell, is alternate gets like a 2-star screw up in their next attack. HT Family responds with a 3-star, and then knowing that they have to get either a high percentage 2-star or 3-star, alternate attacks, then what, like, gets a 1-star? I don't even really see like what the path to victory is for HT Family, besides like a ridiculous drop of the ball by ATN or like a disconnect or something. Yeah, I mean, I love playing up the drama here, but I think that the main storyline right now is for that alternate attacks is just swamping all over the competition with excellent offensive pickups and really big defensive wins. I don't like having such a one-sided commentary like that, because it starts to seem a little biased, but it's worth reminding the viewers that alternate attacks are the reigning world champions, and even when they take a loss, it is usually a signal that they just weren't taking that match as seriously as they may have needed to. In the playoffs now, though, that is not going to be the case. There is no chance that they are going to leave this up to anything but their own skill as the determining factor here. So with Mask now the next attacker for alternate attacks, expect to see another 3-star stomp on their path to glory.
Yeah, and he's coming with the Queen Charge Hybrid, which is making things a little bit interesting, because he's going in with the jump spell, something which is not that common when you do a Queen Charge with Hybrid, because you normally need all of your spells for either the Queen Charge or for the Hybrid. But with this, he might be running low on spells, already having to invest that invisibility spell to keep that Queen alive. And now we have the Headhunter coming in, and this Multi-Inferno Tower is already locking onto those healers. So this is really bad news. He needs to reset that. He needs to make sure that it's switching onto the Hybrid. That's why he's going to freeze it. The Queen is on the Town Hall. Meanwhile, with all of those X-Bows onto the Queen, without any rages left, this is not going to be easy for her to stay alive, Woody.
Yeah, this is a bit of a tricky sprint here now. Still has got that dive looking strong over to the left corner, but needs to get some more value in that compartment, hopefully trying to take down that enemy Eagle Artillery. But with a well-protected Royal Champion behind those walls, Barbarian King will not be able to get there, and forcing some additional time spent by that P.E.K.K.A. even trying to chop through that compartment. Mask is having some difficulty now on the backside, but still has got a shot here. Grand Warden well insulated on the interior here, and great use of these heal spells to get those Hogs topped back off. If he can hammer through this Eagle Artillery in the left corner, he still has got a great attempt, and with the P.E.K.K.A. just soaking so many blows for these Wizards and Hog Riders, she may go down, but she has done her job. Mask is going to get the 3-star here after all, Itsu. That is 12 stars total for alternate attacks, rivaling the performance from our prior two teams.
Yeah, alternate really getting this now last nail into the coffin, getting this 3-star, which means they should win this match. And this is a really strong performance, and they need that, especially confidence mindset wise. Going up against Green Walker is not an easy opponent at all, especially considering that well, both of those teams had those, well, maybe had both 15 stars depending on the next attack from alternate. But Green Walkers having 15 stars is not an easy opponent to face for sure. And at the same time, now for HG Family on the other side, it's not going to be easy against Aphelion. They had 14 stars and they looked so strong. They were 7% away from another perfect as well. So I think HG Family really need to step up their game if they want to have a chance in this lower bracket matchup.
Right, you are, and it's tough to have to say it, but the other three teams in Group B really do seem to be a step above what HT Family has been able to show us so far. The defenses in that first war, I will say, falling relatively quickly. If HT Family has got some great bases left for round 2, they may still have a solid shot, but they're going to have to take 2 wins if they're in the lower bracket, and that looks awfully likely where they will wind up being. The only path to victory at this point is going to be a 3-star from HT Family next, and then some awful drop by alternate attacks following up. Not the sort of thing that you would ever expect to see from them. So alternate attacks have really got their eyes set in the upper bracket right now, showing their next opponents that they mean business with a potential perfect war opportunity here now, Itsu.
And I don't know what happened, but this match is just... Wait a sec! Oh, no. Are there any more red bombs? We saw this already yesterday happening to a team, to a player, where just all of your healers are gone in the first second, but where are those other red bombs? It feels like he did not trigger all of them with those healers. And this means the healers, for now at least, are staying alive. And there were so many black mines. This charge was really trying to be baited, but somehow the queen is staying alive for now. So is he able to push the queen even further? That's the big question, Woody.
Baited the charge and almost immediately whomped on those poor healers. Just any more splash damage is going to finish them off. Jinmu being very, very careful now to try to soak any traps that he can find and keep them safe from an Eagle Artillery now getting triggered onto that Barbarian King over on the right side corner. The queen is staying alive and healthy because those healers are still up, but they are just about to go down. So keep an eye out for this multi-target Inferno. Really need to make sure that those healers do not wander within range. Still, though, the hybrid army is looking strong for Jinmu, pathing directly alongside this Grand Warden and well protected with that Eternal Tome now. The pathing looks beautiful, but keep an eye out for this defending Archer Queen. She could be a big obstacle. Nice placement for those headhunters, and with a heal spell up as well, the defending Queen goes down, and Jinmu is one step closer to the triple.
Yeah, the reinforcement Hawk Riders are looking really good as well, with the minus going for the inner Inferno Tower. The Moja Inferno Tower is not going down though. So many Pirates repairing it up. But now, with those Hawk Riders coming in, the Scatter Shot is gonna reset. The Roger ability is gonna use as well. Can this Moja Inferno Tower finally go down? And at this point, I feel like we know why this charge was baited. This looks really, really strong for Jinmu. It's only about time. The Royal Champion is going down, but this queen can reach now everything. And with this, HG Family should get that next 3-star on the board to make sure that they're finishing on 13 stars, which is not too bad. It's only 1 star away from the 14 stars from Aphelion Esports. So this should be an interesting match as well, Woody.
Yeah, I think we've got some great wars left ahead of us for the rest of the day, shaping up our playoffs grand finals bracket for the Clash Masters. Gigantic prize pool has been waiting for these teams for so many weeks, and they are finally building up the performance standard to get to it. It's really the top 4 that are going to... Wait, what? He timed out in the end. What? I just thought that it was going to make it. I just assumed the queen had enough time. But she didn't. A 2-star 98%. Boom's base held on after all, Itsu.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good. I mean, I thought the queen was able to reach everything. But then those miners and Hawk Riders at the bottom side were just like going down too quickly without taking down those buildings. And this is causing this to time phase. So a really unfortunate situation, which means they're going to finish off on 12 stars, not on 13. But still, the question still remains, is Alternate going to get that perfect to give us an incredible matchup versus Queen Walkers? And the storyline would be perfect versus perfect. Who can move forward into this #1 seed position to face then tomorrow in the next playoff phase versus Space Station, because the 2nd seed has to face Nishang Dance tomorrow then when it's coming down to the last couple of matches of this playoff bracket.
I think it is a fantastic narrative development that alternate attacks, we rarely talk about the actual war that they're fighting on their 5th hit, and often wind up talking about what is in store ahead for them. What does this mean for their next match? Because they are inevitably going to win. There's almost no way to deny it. Just a single star for Yo-Yo 23, and they will be able to advance on over HT Family. A possibility of perfection looming in the distance with a queen charge into the left corner will early claim that town hall and leave no question that Yo-Yo 23 with a hybrid army, not his favorite, not his reliable strat that he has often gone to, that Laloon push. Instead, we'll be going on the ground and getting a little bit of practice with another approach here, finishing off the enemy Barbarian King and setting up for this attack in the bottom corner now, Itsu.
Yeah, and I don't know what exactly is going on. Why do we see so many hybrids today? That's just crazy. Both of those teams really bring the hybrids in, and the majority of those attacks are pretty successful. Except if it's a time fair, then obviously not. But either way, the hybrid is pushing in. The queen is getting kept alive at that top side, though. Without her ability, he needs to be really careful. The king is somewhere inside the base with his yak together. Finally in the compartment where he was supposed to be, taking down the defending Royal Champion. But now with the reinforcing Hawk Riders, can he overpower this backhand? We have another backhand scatter shot, which already was so deadly to the other hybrid Woody.
Indeed, it has been lots of splash damage, but with the lockout onto the queen and no splash back onto the healers behind, that is going to be an easy strike for Yo-Yo 23. Finishes it off with the main army now just ripping through these compartments like a hot knife through butter. He is carving this turkey up, Itsu, and Yo-Yo 23 will ensure a perfect war for alternate attacks. All 15 stars claimed with a delicious chomp back. Even got a little balloon action in here for the final cleanup.
Yeah, saving that loon, just that we don't have another time fail. Really nicely done, 15 stars, and this is shaping up our storyline because this means we have Queen Walkers facing off against Alternate, the matchup which I feel like everyone out there wanted to see, but just both teams starting off the day with 15 stars is making this match even more intense, Woody, so I just cannot wait for it to get started.
Neither can I. 15-12 is going to be your final scoreline for alternate attacks emerging in the upper bracket. And that's where we're going to watch the action going up next. One team will qualify for the Clash Masters Grand Finals playoffs. One team will be sent back down to the lower side. Let's take a look at that bracket so you can see how things are shaping up now for the 4 teams still remaining in Group B. Queen Walkers versus alternate attacks. A rematch from our Week 1 qualifier that saw Queen Walkers edging out victory on a 13-12 scoreline. Will that be a repeat performance here, or will we see alternate attacks rally with an opportunity to defeat their former foes and get that first Grand Finals spot? Itsu, I don't want to push you on a prediction just yet, but what are you looking forward to most about these next 2 matches?
I hope for like a lot of variety in the strategies. That was what we have seen so far in those matches. We have seen obviously Air, which is still so powerful, but at the same time Queen Charge Hybrid. We saw Lalo as well in combination. We saw Queen Charges. So everything on the mix. I just hope that Alternate and Queen Walkers are going to bring that as well. And I'm super excited for that next match. And if you don't want to miss that, you should stick with us because we're going to be back after a really short break with Queen Walkers versus Alternate. See you in a bit.
and thanks for sticking with us. Welcome back to Clash Masters, where we are getting into the thick of it for these playoff spots. My name's Woody, and I'm joined here by Itsu, where our next war will be decisive. The team that wins goes to the grand finals match tomorrow, Itsu.
That's right, and it's going to get the first seed in Group B as well, which I feel like is an important thing to achieve. And we have an incredible matchup. Some people call it the Classico because this is Alternate versus Queen Walkers, two of the best teams in the world. And from last year, it was the finals of the World's Championship. This one is going to be super excited, and it's going to be like there are so many good world-class players in this one. You can't even know what you're most excited for. Like there are just so many good attackers in this one, I feel.
Yeah, you can feel the energy amongst these two teams. They are taking their sweet time to prepare because they know that this might very well be the highlight match of the entire Clash Masters series. You're getting a little bit of a prelude as to what you can certainly expect from tomorrow as well, but certainly one of these two teams will get a big upper hand, whoever advances right now. A rematch from World Finals. So much on the line in terms of qualification for the ultimate spot in the last 4 rounds tomorrow. If you win here and now, you move on. If you lose, you have to go down to the lower bracket and still try to scramble your way back up. Big opportunities, not just for placement, but also for like claiming a big morale victory over such a weighty opponent. This one is going to be super crucial, Itsu.
Yeah, it's an important match for both teams. So let's check out how the bracket looks like to see what exactly the impact of this match is going to look like. Because we already had 2 out of those 5 matches for today. We had in the first couple of matches Queen Walkers winning against Defeat Esports to get into the upper final, and we had Alternate winning against HG Family to get into the upper final. Which means Queen Walkers versus Alternate, the winner is secure a spot in the final. And then we have the lower bracket where both of those teams, HG Family, yes, and Defeat Esports are fighting for a place in the lower final. All of this is going to happen today, so this bracket is going to be filled in a couple of hours, and we know which teams are going to make it out of this incredible strong group, Woody.
Look, I love the Clash of Clans World Championship. Getting to watch the official esports rounds and seeing the top teams compete for that golden ticket is a pleasure and really exciting. But the downside of that format is that once you've got that golden ticket and are qualified, you don't get to see those teams again until the end of the year through the official World Championship matches. That's why we have an event like Clash Masters, a $20,000 prize pool, all the accolades and money that we can throw at these teams to incentivize them to perform at the top level. And boy, have we got exactly what we were hoping for. The top 2 ranked teams in the world finalists, both among them, with a lot of history. Advantage for Alternate attacks on the top stage in the 2020 World Finals. But as we've already seen in this very event, Week 1 qualifier saw a war between the Queen Walkers and Alternate attacks that the Queen Walkers emerged victorious with. That might have just been a skirmish, but they are really heating up in this wide meta war between these two teams, and the storyline is really going to be cemented hard here and now. It is not a decisive one because the grand final 4 teams will still be facing off tomorrow, but I think that this sets the tone more than any other war of the entire Clash Masters series, Itsu.
That's right, and one thing which I just came up with when you were talking about the Clash World Championship is we have to remember that there is a wildcard silver ticket on the line as well. And Alternate and Queen Walkers already both have a golden ticket, which means if they're going to get out of this group, we have Nishang Dance and Space Station on the other side, and both of them have no silver ticket just yet. So both of them, I think for both of those, it would be super good if Queen Walkers and Alternate could make it out of the group. Either way, we have Queen Walkers starting things off with Stardra onto this base of Musk with a P.E.K.K.A smash. We have the lock launcher ready, and this lock launcher is about to get unleashed onto this base of Musk with from the opposite side of that tunnel. But first, this one walk needs to get that scatter shot.
A long-range shot here, sacrificing that poor little Electro Owl. That buddy's going to be dazed and confused for a while here, but Warden will be able to hop over that wall and get a few more shots off. Does he go for the scatter shot next? Yes, he does. That's good news for Stodger in case he wants to do a quick swap off, and boy, does he really want to go fast here. A Rage spell onto the Grand Warden for a bit more damage per second, and to top him back off with those healers out back. He's going to relock onto the Elixir storage and finds a little bit of a surprise in that left corner with the Tesla. Won't even spend the time to take it down just yet, though. Going to send in the Archer Queen instead to try to get some more work off of here. And I'm not sure exactly where Stodger is going to be going next here. It's a single target Inferno protecting masks in Town Hall in the bottom corner. Always a difficult task to overcome. But with the swap off of these healers onto the Archer Queen, the main phase of the attack is now ready. Big concentration of fire in the top left side. Taking down that Eagle Artillery with a log launcher early on is another good pickup here. And here comes the main P.E.K.K.A. smash. They're moving in from the top, Itsu.
They're moving in. We have the logs rolling in as well, opening up the core for this one. There's the first rage. When it's going to be the Warden ability, another Black Mine is actually getting triggered by those Gokudoons. The King is already inside that top scatter shot compartment, and this is looking beautiful. Another Black Mine is getting blocked by that Warden ability. Everything is unleashing into this core of the space. He has to jump for the back end to get into that tunnel compartment. But you said it already, the Sing Inferno Tower is still covering from behind that Town Hall, which might be a big problem on the end. That's it. Royal Champion coming from the top left. The King is still going through those walls from the right side. And now everything is finishing on that Sing Inferno Tower, and this base looks crushed.
If you are just tuning in, you might be wondering if you are watching the Hydraulic Press channel. No, in fact, you are not. This is Clash of Clans Esports with the Clash Masters. We have just seen a massive strike from Stodra, bringing down the weight from the top side all the way down onto Mask's bottom end and smacking it with excellent precision there. A 3-star. With that log launcher rolling straight through the core, it looked almost like an earthquake spell had hit it, rather than just logs rolling through, walls being destroyed left and right with another jump spell to get that final compartment down. An overwhelming showing from the Queen Walkers to start things off, and a nice way to get that triple to begin with.
Yeah, just the funneling. It was overall, this attack was pretty much textbook on how you use the smash strategy. As well, the Golem had a really nice use case in this one, just to cover for the log launcher, because he used that quite early to make sure that the pathing is getting created and that his troops have not to wait for too long to get into the core, because those logs, they take some time to actually stack up and take down some walls into the core for some pathing. So really nicely done overall. As I said, textbook execution on this one. And now it's on alternate. From those two teams, no one wants to fall behind early, because in a match like this can be already do or die at this point. So we have alternate hitting next, and we have so many good attackers on this team as well. So let's see and wait who of them is going to attack first, Buddy.
Good question, Itsu, and it will be Vale. I think it is really telling that despite all the dramatic buildup that we've gone through about this match so far, it's like a minor storyline at this point that these teams are both coming out of perfect wars. Alternate attacks and Queen Walkers both putting up the 15 stars in their last showings. So they are at the peak of their game right now. Maximum offense and leaving no space for any defensive openings here. U-14 will be the first to defend for the Queen Walkers, facing off against an impressive Sui dive from Vale. Going to get into this right side compartment where a well-protected scatter shot is already firing away at the Barbarian King. Being very judicious about the use of these abilities, though. He's going to add on a Royal Champion as well to get the stat out behind those walls. The CC pull is good, and a Queen protected by that Unicorn will get a shot at the first star here. Pulling out that CC, though, he's going to have to pop that poison spell and try to keep this Royal Champion on target. That Lava Hound is going to gum things up a bit for Vale, but I think he's gotten every single main target down, and this opening is looking really good, Itsu.
Yeah, this opening indeed is looking really strong. He has even rocket loons to take down the back end, air defenses, or in general threats on the back end. So let's see how he's going to use them. He has 4 of them left. Not even placed the Slammer. That was the right Siege Machine name. Siege Machine just there is getting placed. Slammer is tanking that scatter shot, and now we have the Rage getting through that defending Royal Champion. This Slammer is still tanking. We have a tester from this left side, but he has still a ton of Rocket Loons, so that should be no problem whatsoever. The scatter is going down in no time. And this base is just looking crushed with this approach so far. He has more Dragon Riders left than what he has started with, I feel like. Over 1 minute left, and I don't know how this base should have a chance.
They're multiplying it, so I don't know how he's found out like 6 Dragon Riders at the end stage of this hit, but he has somehow done it after all. Vale with a showing to remember. Yuta 14 has just been annihilated on this attack, but it's going to be quite a bit of time before this cleanup can finalize here. CC in the center does get a Rocket Loon to help knock it apart, and that might save Vale a few seconds if this does come down to be a perfect v perfect war. We hate to talk about the jinx, but it's something that is worth reminding the viewers because, I mean, with stellar starts so far, this is really... I'm feeling flustered right now, Itsu. I feel like I'm going on a first date with the biggest attacker in the world, and you know, you got to be on the top of your game just to stay afloat here. Yeah,
I think this has to be one of the most OP mass Dragon Rider attacks which we have seen. I feel like we have seen quite a few yesterday in Group A, but I think only one out of them were really successful, and even that one was pretty close. And this one just like was so overpowering, really nicely done, using those Rocket Loons for the back end, making sure this base had no chance whatsoever, and even using the Rocket Loons at the end for cleanup. Like, that's not the purpose of Rocket Loons. Like, you don't invest a troop space just for cleanup. Like, it's not that successful, but he was just able to do it, just put them in there. Base was already dead, so really nicely done by Vale. And now it's back to Queen Walkers. Most likely Gaku, who's attacking next. Maybe another Queen Charge Dragon Rider. We're going to see in just a couple of seconds. But Gaku, I think, should be the next attacker for Queen Walkers.
Yeah, I would say I would expect that the Queen Walkers are going to be a bit more unconventional in their attack styles. Alternate attacks are really the meta-defining team, especially for the Western region, but for the world overall. And they have set the die, essentially, for what we see in many other matches. Queen Walkers, though, kind of bring an interesting hybrid of East and West, having experience facing lots of Chinese teams in the same time zone area over there, but also going toe-to-toe with Western squads and, I mean, smashing their toes with a big hammer. Gaku will be making that Queen Charge in the right side corner. Initially here now, healing his Queen back up with a nicely placed Rage spell and topping off this attack with a wonderful Barbarian King in the top corner to grab both a Scatter Shot and a Royal Champion. CC pull is good, and with the poison stacked on top, Gaku's entry is looking nice, Itsu.
Yeah, Gaku's entry is looking strong. Should be able to take down the Scatter Shot, which is key, because this is creating the pathing which he needs for his Queen. This Queen is supposed to get into their Town Hall. And I feel like with this entry already, he could have just played another hybrid. I mean, we saw so many hybrid attacks today. Take a look at that. 2 bomb towers next, close to each other, onto and surrounding their Town Hall. So, interesting setup right there, but he's instead going with those hybrid troops. He's going with the Lalo. No sweepers against the topside Lalo whatsoever, so this Lalo pathing should be really sweet. And now the Lalo is starting, getting unleashed onto this base, still having the Slammer left, so this Slammer can be money on this one, Woody.
And we do see ground targeting Expo, so that's a little bit of a leg up for this aerial attack battle blimp now, not being used to take down the Town Hall, but just going to wreak havoc, dropping bombs all across the midsection here, and might get popped, yep, right over this multi-target Inferno. Great job by Gaku, and using a free spell as well as a Rage to finish off the center compartment here. Enemy Archer Queen's firing away, and it takes a little time to pop her down, but with the protection from the Eternal Tome, the Grand Warden has kept them all safe throughout. No single target Inferno to threaten the Queen along the bottom, and with the healers looking still pretty healthy, as long as they can survive the encounter with this multi-Inferno, they should be fine. Gaku's Queen's going to take a while to get through that compartment, though, and he's going to rely on this Electro Owl to kind of zap through the Scattershot area. Gets the throw with the shield, and I think the Royal Champion's done it. This ought to be a triple. Look how many spells are left, Itsu.
Yeah, so many spells, and I feel like the key moment was where he was freezing the defending king. Like, this king typically is so strong against those attacking heroes, especially, for example, the Royal Champion is standing no chance in the 1 versus 1. So why was it so important that he froze it? Because with freezing the king was not able to move, which then around the Inferno Dragon was able to just beam up and just melt through that king. And with that, this king had no impact whatsoever onto this attack. The Royal Champ was able to finish off the base with that queen together, and this means Queen Walkers is getting another 3-star. So far, only 3 stars in this match, but Woody, I think that like with those big names on the table, this was kind of expected, right?
Yeah, it certainly was. Strong offense is the expectation for both of these squads, and it's just going to be the surprise when a defense might just be able to hold off. But right you are, that Barbarian King getting melted by an Inferno Beam, I think was probably the inspiration for the Skeleton King's skin, just losing all of his armor and just withering away under that firepower, really showing that Queen Walkers are in this one in a strong fashion. Alternate attacks do have the advantage to respond now against the Queen Walkers, and with a perfect war setup so far, you can expect to see them going just as dominant through the early to mid-war as they have in past rounds. But as we've seen in the past couple of wars, it's usually the 4th or maybe even all the way to the 5th attack before a team that, even though they start really strong, starts to falter. So alternate attacks, the least that they can do here is put up another triple to stay even with the Queen Walkers. But let's see how quick they can do it. If we wind up having a perfect war, it does come down to the time remaining on the attack as the tiebreaker. So striking fast and striking hard are both really important for Yo-Yo 23. The Laloon Master will stay in the skies, but it's a Queen Charge Dragon Rider this time, Mitsu.
Yeah, going with the Queen Charge Dragon Riders onto this base, and this wall break is clutch because with this wall break he is able to reach that scatter shot depending on the queen pathing, but she should be able to reach that scatter shot. That's exactly what she is doing, and that is super important because this means there is no way the second detonator trap is rotating that queen really close to that town hall. But first, going for that defending clan castle, which is key, and having 2 poison, that is no problem whatsoever for him. And we saw a red bomb on the outside of the base, and this is telling me there are a lot of red bombs. He should do 1 coconut loon, but wait a second, there is no loons left, and now a minion, and the minion, no way! The minion is luring those red bombs closer to this, to those healers. Maybe another minion, but try to lure it somewhere else. Like, this is getting scary with that sweeper.
Turncoat Minion has betrayed his healers, finds an air bomb, and just like a zombie going back to home base, infects everything around him. They are now really low, perilously so, and the Queen Charge is at risk of failing here now. A big upset for the defenses. Gaku picking up a major win early on against Yo-Yo 23's attack now, with that top side air defense still hanging on. This is a terrible start for Yo-Yo. Can he still somehow salvage this one into?
I mean, it's looking not that great, to be honest. Yes, the headhunters, which he has to send in for the defending queen at some point, but with already seeing how good this queen charge was baited, we now have maybe spring traps against those headhunters, but no, the queen is going down. Can those dragon riders now carry this through it? But so far it looks like there is no chance whatsoever. Those dragon riders are going down, dropping like flies, and this means this is the first defense we talked about. It. When is the first team about to fail? And this is a really good defense overall as well. It's only getting roughly about 80%. He's getting closer to the 90s. But this base of Gaku is holding strong and making sure that this attack of Yo-Yo is not going to work. So really, really impressive. And we can see a new meta approach at the moment where a lot of those red mines are getting used to try to defend those charges, which are so powerful at the moment because getting rid of those healers, we saw that yesterday and today already. If those healers are gone, a queen charge is not that fun anymore. And this is exactly what happened to Yo-Yo in this one.
That is definitely the defining feature of the August 2021 metagame. So often we talk about the Seeking Air Mines, those black bombs taking out attacking Lava Hounds, Electro Dragons, Dragon Riders, but now it's the red bombs which all of a sudden are surging forth as the primary threat for Queen Charge hits, perfectly baited. And it's just such a tragic result that it was his own minion that brought the red bombs onto the healers. They might have actually been able to dodge them and get on through safe if that hadn't happened. So the coconut loons that we've seen in the past going in to try to catch a Seeking Air Mine or two to protect those healers are now going to be way, way more important, not just for grabbing black bombs, but for grabbing the red ones as well, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. Otherwise, it is really risky, especially which we have seen yesterday, where the coconut loon was placed, but those pros are so quick with the deployment that they're using everything in milliseconds. But those red bombs do splash damage, which means if you don't have a delay in between of the coconut loon and the healers, the splash damage is still taking down your healers, even though you used the coconut loon. So that's an interesting fact right there. But either way, we have the next attack on our hands, and this one is going to be a crazy one. We have stars coming in with the mass Dragon Riders, but with an Ice Hound and with bats and with an invisibility spell. And this is going to be crazy.
What in tarnation? Pops the invis on the defending air defense to get that lava Ice Hound a little bit closer toward the top. Pulls the CC out, and with a perfectly aimed blizzard, we'll be able to shock through everything in those compartments. Crucially, though, is going to wind up missing that bottom side air defense. Doesn't finish that off, and that's going to be a big gap left for Stars to finish off later on. Might actually wind up even sending in the Royal Champion to finish off that bottom compartment and knock apart the air defense. Look, there's even a builder going to go over and try to repair it back up.
Yeah, repairing up the air defense, but at the same time, we have that Hound getting taken down. Is he going to funnel to the bottom side? I feel like the Queen is supposed to walk towards the tunnel compartment, but so far... Okay, there is the Party Wizard, bringing the party and the swag to this attack as well. And now we have that Queen slowly walking into the down direction, but there seems to be a Tessa form, which is dealing more damage to that Queen than she wants to take. Another giant bomb, but the Unicorn is doing a great job of keeping that Queen alive, Woody.
It's a strong but not confident start so far for Stars. Queen running into maybe a bit more trouble than she had expected. Blizzard getting solid but not decisive value yet. Defenses for Boom might yet hold up. This is starting to be a slow entry for Stars with a minute 20 left and only 32% of the base down. That's not even a third yet. He is really backloading this attack heavily and giving an opportunity for these defenses to hold on for a long time.
Yeah, holding on for quite a bit, but the Queen ability needs to be forced. There we go. Queen is taking down that tower, but is dropping before it can take down the Expo. And I feel like this is a huge deal. Like, this Air Expo staying up, dealing damage to those Dragon Riders is an incredible big deal right there. He's trying to somehow snap the Expo, but instead there were a couple of Black Mines at the top right side. Now those Dragon Riders are making it into the base. We have the Royal Gem ability, but there is the Defending King. This time we have no Inferno Dragon for this Defending King, and those Dragon Riders are dropping pretty quick. But there are the bats, Woody.
The bats! They make their way to the single target Inferno, knock it down with a free spell. They are going to be able to finish off the last remaining big compartments, and air defense on the backside is nothing for them. Crack it down and finish it off! Stars is the Bat Master, but does he have enough time to knock it all apart? Still an Expo up at the top of the air sweeper, pushing the bats away, and they are not going to have enough time to finish this base into the perfect spread, but 5 seconds left, and the hold is good. The gold storage, the bank, the big tank on the back end. Boom goes the dynamite. The defenses will barely manage to hold here as alternate attacks can finally breathe a sigh of relief. They are going to be behind a little bit on percentage now, but that is a big miss for the Queen Walkers.
Big miss, but at the same time, higher percentage than what alternate had earlier. So they still have the lead if it's coming down to a tie on Stars. But at the same time, we have now the next attack coming in for alternate. and they are bringing the dragons and the Dragon Rider in combination, and we have 3 skeleton spells onto this one. So let's see what the plan is going to be, if it's just for tanking purposes or for something different. Either way, we had some lightnings coming in early, and now we have a huge push coming into this eagle compartment, and he's going to use those skeleton spells instead of like a golem or something, just for tanking purposes, it seems like, for his hero dive. And this looks pretty good so far as an entry.
Yeah, even sitting in a few skeleton spells into the bottom compartment, that ought to be enough to help out the king and queen to finish off the eagle and those 2 enemy heroes. Big value for Ast, but there's a scary section over in this left corner here. All 3 Inferno Towers set up to defend that Royal Champion right in the middle of them as well, both single and multi-target settings here. So Ast has got to be very careful to pop this ability right at the right time. There he goes. Eternal Tome is out, and that is going to protect the Battle Blip, pathing directly toward the Town Hall. Catches a Black Bomb. 2, what is that? 3 Black Bombs, and this Battle Blip is soaked. If it still pops, yes! The Air Sweeper pushes it to the Town Hall! Hoisted by his own petard. Stars is not going to get the defensive pickup he was looking for there, and Ast is on rapid fire victory path.
The back-end air fence is getting taken down as well, and that entire compartment at the bottom side has been taken down by those heroes. The Royal Champion is trying to push even further, but I feel like with so many dragons and Dragon Riders still left alive, this is no question, but this is going to be 3-star, especially considering that this queen is able to leave that compartment without any problems with that open wall. And this is going to be the next 3-star for alternate, and they're going to stay close to this Queen Walker's squad. Both teams are at those 8 stars. But the percentage is on the Queen Walker's side, so this match is way closer now than it looked like in the beginning with this incredible defense. But still, the lead is still on the side of Queen Walker's.
Right you are, but we are starting to see all of a sudden that the bases that we had expected to hold on are managing to do it after all. The mid stage is when the momentum can really swing hard one way or the other, and the best base building that Queen Walkers and alternate attacks can put together is finally being brought to bear, and the offensiveness is just being stalled right where you I mean, earlier than I would have really expected. I was thinking that this was going to be like the 4th or 5th hit from these squads that were going to finally deny the triple. So to be at an 8-8 draw with a slight percentage advantage for the Queen Walkers now only halfway through, this is not just going to be an end of show knockout, but really a long haul slog for both of these squads trying to make their way into the final 4 for Clash Masters. 2 attacks left, and boy, are they going to be the most important attacks that this entire series has seen for the past month, Itsu.
Yeah, those 2 next attacks are going to be key, because not only you would have guaranteed the seed in the next stage of this playoff phase, but as well, you don't have to face another team in the lower bracket. Like, I mean, yes, those 2 teams look like the favorites in this group, but at the same time, you can always have like a bad match in this lower bracket, and then you're out, you're done. You want to use this match to get the safe spot in the next stage, and this would be super important. So both teams will bring it all and give it their best to get this chance. And we have Queen Walkers attacking next. Most likely Klaus. Everyone's waiting for that attack to see if he's bringing something crazy as well, or if it's more like a bit normal, because this match is so important for those 2 teams. Klaus is coming in, and yep, it's Klaus, and we have... That's looking not... I mean, yes, the Wall Breaker with him, so that you could consider that pretty fancy. But at the same time, this army overall looks kind of normal. But hey, he's having 2 Wall Breakers, 2 Super Wall Breakers. So let's see what that's for.
What on earth is this siege machine over on the right? A Wall Wrecker, something we rarely see now. Klaus is going to get the crack into the compartment, but without bringing a ground-based army, kind of wondering why he chose Wall Wrecker. It does get value, though. Reaches the Town Hall, popping out, and with those sneaky gobs inside, that should be the 1st star easily claimed here. But a very safe move, kind of atypical for Klaus. Oftentimes we see those big, long-haul, Hail Mary, strange but beautiful approaches. And instead, like you said, he's going for a bit more of an orthodox strategy here. cracking through a mortar on the left side of all things, probably just for funneling purposes, as he gets this double La Lune army set up. It's going to be a Sui dive. Looks like from the top corner there with a couple of ice golems to protect that Archer Queen. You can't even see the Archer Queen. She's off the map right now, but I can hear her, Itsu. She's up there.
Yeah, she's up there dealing with their clan cast. Meanwhile, we can try to somehow identify what exactly the plan is going to be for Klaus. He is bringing a ton of invisibility spells, and you know, those invisibility spells are not that great with the Lalo. So instead, he has to use them for the heroes. But how exactly is he going to do that? He is trying to maybe then queen charge to the base. He has another super wall breaker, which he's going to use for the king on the bottom side now. So two really isolated heroes on complete different sides on this base, just to take down both defending heroes, which means defending Royal Champion, defending Queen. And now we have that Royal Champion George most likely with those invisibility spells into this base. He's trying to get that scatter shot out of the way most likely. And so far, this approach looks pretty solid, I want to say.
Slow and steady wins the race, Itsu. And this is a very careful, measured entry point for Klaus. Royal Champion ability has been popped, but she has still got a lot left to say, especially with an Invis to help her out. Knocks down the scatter shot, and this pathing is just going to be easy for Klaus. Like a funnel on the outer edges in hourglass shape, they will spread out and then narrow in on that multi-target Inferno, and then spread out yet again on the back end with additional clamp support from that last Lava Hound moving in with another complement of balloons. This is a squadron of destruction, Itsu. 30 seconds left for cleanup, though, and time is going to be an issue for Klaus. He has done a beautiful setup, but can he go lightning quick on the finish?
That's going to be so close on time, like 15 seconds, and he has not too much time.
He's got two headhunters and a balloon just waiting in the wings. He needs to clean up immediately. He's not even looking at the timer, and now it's going to be too late. The focus was just too tunnel vision on those structures at the end, and Klaus is going to get a 2-star 91%. Disappointing finish for the Queen Walkers, as Yo-Yo23 is going to be smacking his lips and rubbing his hands together. The defensive pickup there is exactly what alternate attacks needed here. An opportunity not just to claim the advantage in percentage, but also a leg up now in stars if they can triple Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. They had the lead in this series so far. First on stars, then on percentage. And now they might fall behind with those last two attacks, depending on what Autumn is going to bring next. They still have their team captain left with a Boom. I think he did not attack just yet, so he is most likely coming in with some sort of Blizzard. Is he going to... No? Queen Charge Dragon Rider it is. And this Queen Charge is not starting with all of those healers being gone in the first second. Instead... Oh, wait a second. That Queen is staying barely alive. That was so close.
On the last legs of her health, but she got some quick support. The paramedics have arrived, and healers top her back off with a great heal spell there. Boom certainly would be sweating bullets if he were anywhere like me, but has nonetheless been able to keep her alive, and she will continue to walk along the outer edge now, not targeting that Town Hall early on, but with a multi-target Inferno about to start heating up these healers, she has got to go real quick through this bottom right compartment if she wants to keep her doctors safe, happy, and healthy on the outer edge.
Yeah, but this multi-Inferno tower needs to be taken down quickly, otherwise those healers are taking a lot of damage. The first couple of red bombs are getting triggered. The timing with the defending clan caster is nice. The poison is there now, which means the next wall break is going to open up the compartment and a really long channel next to the town hall. This channel looks really OP because from this channel he can reach that town hall, he can reach the scatter shot, he can reach the Sing Inferno tower, and many, many more buildings. So this looks really, really promising. And now we have the Dragon Riders most likely starting in from the far left side into that Eagle. But needs to be careful with that defending King, that those headhunters are not locking onto the King.
Physician, heal thyself. These poor healers are getting knocked around and about. Lots of splash cracking onto them. They are barely managing to stay alive here now, and as long as they're up, they will do their best to keep that queen on track. 2X Mo's gonna log onto her now with a charge. Oh, a big air bomb, and the Giga, and the sinking air mine. Healer's getting wrecked all over, and poor Boom needs to rely now on the main. What the hell? There are too many bombs in the core to count. Red, Black, and Skelly's trapping these poor Dragon Riders, and what seemed like an amazing guaranteed 3-star is now looking very, very scary. Boom gets the lock onto the Town Hall, and with the Archer Queen ability, will pop it down with a freeze as well to finish the thing off. Can he finish for the triple, though?
It's still looking really good, depending on how fast this last air defense is going down. The Dragon Riders are joining up again, and this last air defense is going down. And with this, as long as the time is enough, he is still looking good. He has 20 seconds left, roundabout, with 1 minion only at that gold storage at the bottom left side. Wait a second, that gold storage might be the game changer. They have to cross that base. There might be a lot of traps still left. The queen, though, can walk over there as well, but all of the small bombs, she's dodging them. Now everything is going for that storage. The storage is the last building. The black mine and
no! Boom with a 2-star, 99%. Gets the lead on percentage, but that was not what we expected. That was not what alternate attacks needed to get the convincing upper hand. It is just like a field day for these defenders now, putting up such incredible bases with a sliver of defense left. It's like they're playing that game where they're trying to figure out who winds up on top, you know? They put their hand here, put their hand right above it, above, top, and they just go back and forth, trading position here with no clear advantage for the Queen Walkers or alternate attacks. It really, truly does all come down to the last 2 hits for these world finalist teams.
The last 2 attacks indeed, and percentage-wise, they're so close. There's only a really small percentage lead for alternate coming into this one. And we see another Queen Charge, and we see Dragon Riders, but overall a Lalo army composition. Yuta is going for this Queen Charge, raging early to keep that Queen alive, and she is charging in strong. 2 Super Wall Break is the first one already got used, and a jump spell to get later on deeper into this base. And now we see why exactly he brought this Dragon Rider. This Dragon Rider is supposed to take down really easily that eagle, and this eagle is not giving him any problems, Woody.
Yep, not even activated. U-14 calm, cool, and collected on the entry. An unfortunate seeking air bomb is going to knock away that Dragon Rider and deny a few more shots, but as long as he can take care of that Wizard Tower up top, he should be golden. No! Defending Archer Queen and Tesla deny, and Yuta's going to miss a big opportunity to knock down a crucial defending splash damage structure that could cause problems for the balloons at the end of this hit.
Yeah, with that jump, he should be easy get into the core. He's still waiting, depending on if the king is taking down the Town Hall, or if he's not able, he's going to place the jump. The Town Hall going down, which means he can now place the jump further onto the left, because he does not need to save that Town Hall. Queen should be jumping into that core really soon, which means there's a lot of damage on her. There's no rages left, which means he needs to get started really soon with his Lalo to take damage off that Queen. There's the invisibility spell, staying barely out of the range of using her ability. Ability now needs to be used. Is she dying in her ability? No. Getting her ability out, taking down the defending Queen, but now there's like 3 expos on her. That's not a lot of fun for this Queen.
No rage to help her out either. Those healers are just going to have to do their best work. Support from the Stone Slammer, and the cavalry has arrived. Lava Hound soaring on in. Queen is awfully low with the Expo lock. Can she stay alive? No! Finished off, and Yuta has lost a big offensive lead here. Free spell is down. 1 more left on the batter edge. There's a lot of base left to clean up, and time has been a big issue for both of these teams so far. A triple is necessary here for the Queen Walkers since they are behind on percentage. They need to finish off strong, Itsu.
They need to finish off strong, but all of those loons are together now on this bottom side. But with so many minions and the owls left, I feel like this should be enough. Even though there's like this one skeleton, I feel like, in the mix of those loons. But there are just so many of them. Oh, wait a second. No, that shouldn't be any problem. This is going to be with 5 seconds left. Utah is getting it done, increasing the score for Queen Walkers on 13 stars. And now it's everything relying on alternate. They 3-star, they win. They 2-star, they lose. As simple as that. It's pretty easy for them.
And with an exactly 50% hit rate in this war so far, 2 triples, 2 2-stars, it is like riding the knife's edge all the way to the very end. This horse race is neck and neck, and the last attack will decide it all. Hats off to the Queen Walkers for a 13-star performance there, keeping that percentage really high and tough to catch up to in the end. They have really bought some incredible bases, and the question now remains, is that 5th and final one going to be able to shut off alternate attacks with some really risky and out of left field strategies, but they know exactly what they have to do. It's not a situation like Queen Walkers just had where they attack first and just kind of leave it up to chance with what happens next. Alternate attacks know that Queen Walkers have thrown everything that they have at them, and the final score is on the board. 97.4% average for Queen Walkers and 97.5% for alternate attacks. Percentage in alternate attacks' favor, but they have to clutch up here and get that final triple to close this out and get their spot in the final 4 of Clash Masters.
Yeah, we have a couple of lightning spurts coming down early. And Musk is trying to charge his queen around. Not sure yet if this queen is supposed to get down the tunnel or if she's just supposed to walk around getting into that multi-inferno tower. Because we have the king now getting sent in for that tunnel compartment, which means this queen is indeed designed to take down this 3 o'clock multi-inferno tower and the defending royal champion over there. Meanwhile, we have the king going for that town hall, but on the same time we have the clan castle really close in range. So if the king is going for that bitter hut, it might be the case that the clan castle is getting looted out. So you need to be careful with that. The queen is taking down the royal champion with her ability, and there's the king ability. He's making the king invisible near the town hall, and this means the town hall is going down, Woody, and this is the first step for the 3 stars.
King will path back toward the outside and let the other troops get some action now. He has pulled out the CC, and it's 3 ice golems. That could have been a bit of a difficulty for a deeper charge in there, but just gumming up the Barbarian King on the outside, they're kind of getting counterfeited now by the main stage of the attack. An aerial charge with balloons and lava hounds, ice hounds in fact, that's not going to be a problem for them at all. Ice Golems will just sit on the outer edge of the base, not even engaging the attacking force from Mask, which is going on a rampaging path through here. Stone Slammer drops the bomb and protects so many of these loons from splash damage. Freeze spell excellently placed. A haste on top, but they're being pushed back by the air sweeper. Knock apart the scatter shot and the air defense, and that is going to be it. Mask looks so strong here, Itsu.
This is looking indeed so strong with 1 minute left and royal champ ability and a ton of loons. This should be the victory for Alternate. What a close match. This was indeed 13-13 is going to be the finish score. And Alternate is going to be the #1 seed from this group number B, which means we're going to see the matchup Alternate versus Space Station tomorrow. But Queen Walkers are going to go in the lower bracket and waiting for their opponent because they have to wait for the next match. The next match being Aphelion Esports facing off against, help me real quickly, that was... Who was that?
Aphelion versus HT Family.
That's right. HT Family is going to be their opponent. And depending on who is going to win over there, they're going to face then against Queen Walkers in this lower bracket.
Right you are. Well, congratulations to Alternate Attacks. They will be our 3rd team going into the Clash Masters Final 4. But 1 spot still remains, and I think Queen Walkers have an excellent claim to it with a very tight race against Alternate Attacks that they narrowly lost by 0.6%. Not even a full percentage on the average destruction race that alternate attacks came ahead on. But that's kind of in their style. They are often known for either getting walloping 15-star perfect finishes or kind of just eking out the win over an opponent that might be really difficult but just cannot hold a candle to the big offense that alternate has shown. Great defenses from these teams as well. I think they really brought their A game to this match, showing some amazing bases that were super difficult to crush. Queen Walkers will be waiting for their next opponent because, as you mentioned, we still have Aphelion and HT Family in the lower bracket fighting for the right to go up against them next. They only need one more win, though, to go on to the Final Four. But with this match done and dusted, I think that we are just about ready to take a little bit of a break. Any final thoughts before we do that, Itsu?
I just can't wait for the next matches. I feel like this match already was really close. I think it was cool that we saw some defense as well involved into this one. So just looking forward to see the match Aphelion versus HT Family. We're going to take a look at that just after this break.
Howdy, y'all, and welcome back to Clash Masters. My name's Woody, and I'm joined here by Itsu for our lower bracket of Group B in our playoffs week. A $20,000 prize pool event and a Clash of Clans silver wildcard ticket on the line for these teams here and now. But of the 3 teams in the bottom bracket, only one can join in for the Final Four at the very end. Itsu, what are you looking forward to most about our next 2 wars for the day?
I'm just looking forward to variety in the strategies. I feel like this is something where we were really lucky about, like the last couple of matches. A lot of different strategies were getting thrown into the mix, and really hoping that we're going to witness that as well with those next couple of matches. HT Family first versus Aphelion Esports. This is going to be in a match as well. I think based on the performance which we have seen so far from the teams, I would give this favorite wise to Aphelion. But let's see if that's the case. Maybe, I don't know, maybe just the base of Skinwalkers, they really like them, or like they're really fitting to their style. Who knows? Because every Clash game is going to be a different story. You never really know what is about to happen.
Well, right you are, and I'll play devil's advocate then, because I think that HT Family has got an excellent opportunity to win this. They have been playing extremely consistently throughout our first 3 weeks of the Clash Masters qualifiers. They made it into the second round of each of those 3 weeks. They even got up to third place in the third place match against MCES. They did lose that though, and were semi-finalists ultimately. But you know what? It's who HT Family and Aphelion Esports have faced off against each other before, and HT Family got a pretty convincing 14-12 victory against them, and that was just 2 weeks ago in the third week of the qualifiers. So HT Family, consistency, Aphelion Esports, variability with high volatility, I guess I should say, a chance for success if they do really, really well. But if I were to be a betting man, I'd say HT Family might have the advantage here, despite what was kind of a lackluster performance from them in the last war.
Yeah, I think both teams for sure have the chance of getting this victory. So I'm even more excited to get this thing started because we have the first attack underway. And we're starting off with Electro Dragons. That's an interesting move to see things are starting off with this strategy. And we have those Electro Dragons getting surgically deployed on this top right side and getting sent into the space of Kazuma.
Yeah, this is a lightning fast entry point, exactly what you'd expect to see from an Electro Dragon assault like this. Every single thing being dropped out here as quickly as possible, rages and freezes. Electro Dragons chaining up for maximum effect here, and they are not going to be stopped at all. Super high hit points here, knocking down those air defenses, multi-target Infernos. Big defending heroes can't even get a hand in against them. And a big rage right under the Town Hall, drop it down, and King K is going on a lightning quick strike. If this winds up being an even keel perfect war all around, King K is really giving HT Family a big pickup in terms of time spent.
The Lava Hound is coming out, but I'm not sure if that's going to give this base another chance, and it feels like it's a no. Like, those Electro Dragons just went over this base like nothing. The Lava Hound is now having some fun with that queen, but the Royal Champion is like, nah, you can do whatever over there. I will just finish off this base and go for those 3 stars. And this one is going to be a quick strike. You said it, HT Family looked really good last time they faced against Aphelion Esports, and they're starting like this again versus this base of Kazuma, giving this base no chance. With 1 minute and 25 seconds left, this base is done.
That poor base builder got to be sitting there watching his beautiful construction that he spent hours on just withering away in 1 minute and 35 seconds. Maybe the quickest 3-star that Clash Masters has seen ever. I can't think of a faster one. I know we have seen some pretty quick attacks here, but yeah, just on a real quick survey, just 1 minute and 25 remaining. That is an overwhelming start for HT Family. Hats off to them. But Aphelion Esports get the chance to return fire now. What are they going to be coming back with, Itsu? Is there a preferred attack strategy for Aphelion Esports that you think HT Family might not be ready for?
I would not say that they're not ready for it, because my prediction would be maybe Hydra. This is what Aphelion used quite a bit overall. And I think this is a strategy as well, which HT Family then around is using quite a bit. So I think overall this might be the next attack, but I would not think that they're not well prepared for this attack strategy overall. So let's see if they can find an angle which is not tested, not defended, and how they can make their attack work. Because I don't know if they're going to go in with E-Dragons and have an as quick approach as we have just seen in there.
Yeah, that was just about as fast as you can possibly tear down a Town Hall 14 base, with rages and freezes on enemy defenses, keeping virtually all of the Electro Dragons up along to the very back line. It was an incredibly powerful and moving showing from HT Family against a team that just put up a 14-star offense and was threatening for another perfect war against the Queen Walkers of all enemy targets. So this is expected to be a very tight one as well for the right to play against the Queen Walkers again. What a prize that waits for these two teams. If you win this one, you get to go up against the Queen Walkers. Good luck.
Yeah, it's not getting better by any means, but we see the combination of dragons, Inferno Dragons, and Dragon Riders, which is not that common, but we see a lot of skeleton spells for this entry, because he is going right at a defending hero, at a defending single Inferno Tower, so this spell is like the perfect choice for this spot right there. And we have the blimp flying across, and now those dragons need to power it through. There is the Rage, there is the Freeze as well, taking this Town Hall out. And now it's all about those Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders making it through this base with the King and the Queen. Wait a second, what is that Queen doing, Woody?
I'm not quite sure. She's stuck on a wall on the outer edge, not doing a whole lot to help out this Grand Warden in the main phase of the attack, really trying to push through hard. She has kind of let them down a bit here and doesn't even take the wall out. Walks around, though, finally, and goes through the back door here to try to seek another entry point against King K's base. Shoya has done a great job keeping his troops well insulated and protected by this Grand Warden, and the funneling is actually quite amazing. Multi-target Inferno, not going to be much of a problem for them at all, but still keep an eye out on that air defense on the back end. It is popping off and causing a lot of problems for these poor Dragon Riders.
Yeah, and with that defending King on the back end, this might be a big threat to those heroes which are engaging now. But at the same time, he has this freeze still left, which he can use just to hit this defending Archer Tower and the defending King. And the Warden, the combination of the Warden and the Royal Champion actually deals a ton of damage. Lassie as well is trying to take down the King, and with this, everything is done. We see another 3-star for Aphelion this time, which means both teams are starting off strong. Both teams are starting off with 3 stars into this so important match.
Nicely done to Shoya. Hats off to him. That is going to be an important beginning for Aphelion Esports. Not quite as quick, but does get the aerial bombardment that they really needed to keep up the pace against a squad that really was going in fast against them. HT Family with that slight lead on overall time spent with the attack, but starting to see some really interesting deployments here by both squads. Not really going for that kind of tried and true tested Queen Charge Dragon Rider of all things. They are really going wacky here when their lives are on the line, when they're pushed up against the wall. They get real creative, don't they, Itsu?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say if that was creative, to be honest, but it got the job done. This is it. And we have now the next attack now again from HT Family. And we're going to see if they are going in with some sort of air attack strategy again, or if they're going to mix things up. They used earlier a Queen Charge hybrid attack, which, to be honest, wasn't that successful, but I feel like maybe that was just because of really good base building. Who knows? Maybe they're going in yet again with one of those ground army compositions. Otherwise, we have seen how good they are with air, with those Electric Dragons, so maybe they're going to choose this strategy again onto those bases.
Well, we saw a few ground attacks quite successful in the past couple of wars as well, upsetting the standard anti-air meta with base design that a lot of these teams have been bringing to bear, and that was actually quite successful in the last war between Queen Walkers and alternate attacks. So is that kind of hybrid approach with Hogs and Miners going to be kind of the only thing that they can bounce back to if they aren't going in the air, or are they going to keep the Super Witches alive, try to keep even a full Hog Rider army alive, or the P.E.K.K.A. Smash back in? There are a few alternates on the ground, and yeah, it's going to be P.E.K.K.A. Smash this time. Just 2 P.E.K.K.A.s, instead saving that army camp space for a Golem and a few Witches to bring along for the ride. I expect that means he wants to be drilling in deep with the Golem, and maybe even using the Barbarian King on offense as well, hopping over walls as best he can, even though he didn't bring any jumps, just those 4 Earthquakes.
Yeah, those 4 earthquakes should be... Wait a second, is that queen going inside? She should backtrack to the bitter hut. Yes, she is. That was really important. Otherwise, he could have had a major problem right there. And now the queen has to decide where is she going. The first couple of black mines are getting triggered. That town hall is been taken down. And then as soon as this queen is deciding whichever way she wants to go, he is going to deploy those earthquakes just to make sure that he has access from the outside into the single Inferno Tower compartment. And there we go. Earthquakes are in and the pathing is set. Now the only thing which we are missing are the troops. Are the troops to get into this base. Starting off with the golem. No P.E.K.K.A just yet. There the P.E.K.K.A now. The super wizards are in. The warden is in as well. And now the party can get started.
Pump up the volume, Itsu! The Warden is ready to rock, and he has got a big ability left in his sock, about to pull that thing off. Pop it off! We got a big giant bomb, but that is just going to be more music for our ears. Wrecking into the center here now. That was a glorious earthquake to shatter those walls, but they are facing off against a lot of defenses in the middle, popping in on maximum splash damage. That forces out a freeze onto the bomb tower and that scatter shot as well. Multi-target Inferno burning up on all sides, but is there enough hot heat, or are these firefighters going to win the day after all?
The Royal Champion still pushing from this right side to get everything back on track. The Hawk Riders are adding up even more power to this. But those back-end expos are dealing a ton of damage to this poor queen, because those healers are just completely ignoring her. But now, with those P.E.K.K.A staying alive, this is obviously a huge deal for those defense. But at the same time, when you take a look at that cannon on the right side, only a minion has a chance of doing cleanup, which is not the optimal case.
Slow and steady, get through these walls though. Not a whole lot of point defenses left, and damn, those P.E.K.K.As are just crushing it. All 3 of them. It is ladies' night out, Itsu. They are wrecking along the innards of this base and just gonna finish this thing off. The gold storage is going to be potentially the last big problem for ICU on time, though. He's got the outer edges finished off, but the P.E.K.K.As aren't going to be able to engage since they'll be stuck on the walls. It's up to the Electro Owl, those archers, and the Grand Warden to try to finish it off. 6 seconds left. The P.E.K.K.A's going to have to path back in. I don't think they've got enough time here, Itsu. That's going to be a defense! Choco has done it! ICU from HT Family gets the 2-star 98% time fail.
That was such a close one. I feel like there were so many P.E.K.K.A left alive, so power was not the issue at all. But the time ticking, and the time ticking fast, was the biggest problem for him. And this means we have the first defense in this match. And it happened quite early, like considering how fast the first defense happened earlier in this bracket. We saw like maybe the 3rd attack, for example, being the fail. But now already the 2nd attack being a defense is a huge game changer moving forward in this match.
Let's hop into the next game and see if the Aphelion Esports squad can take advantage of this defense now and pull ahead with a triple of their own. Very high percentage for HT Family, so anything short of a triple would still give HT Family the lead here. But Garakuta has a big, wide, spread out base to go after next, and it is not going to be easy to get the funneling down at all here. 2 scatter shots right there in the core with the Town Hall, and that's going to be super tough to reach. Not going to try to send in a Battle Blimp all the way into the middle. This is almost like an anti-2-star base, Itsu.
Yeah, it's for sure the setup of this anti-2 with 2 scatters surrounding that Town Hall. And this is going to be the funneling on this one, I feel like, is going to be the key. If he's going to make it work, getting that queen into the tower compartment, I feel like this base is pretty much done. But if that's not going to work, this would be devastating, because this could cause a really low percentage 2-star then. The next wall breaker, though, is not working as intended, but he has the jump spell, so that shouldn't be that big of a problem. The next wall breaker is coming in. Is that queen walking inside after that? She should go for that scatter shot. There's the Royal Champion now funneling in from the left side. And there we go. The queen charging further inside. Now my question is, to be honest, where is that jump spell plan? It seems to be like a backup plan or something. But this means that the jump spell might be a little bit wasted in this setup. Because as far as I know, those Dragon Riders or the Royal Champion do not really need that jump spell overall, Woody.
Yeah, great crack in there with the Archer Queen, not needing to hop over any hedges, really. I think that the positioning of that final jump might be just right near that enemy Royal Champion, but that Queen's having so much of a problem in the center. Traps going off left and right, spinning her around, taking out her poor healers. She is really in a tight situation and needs to wait for this Grand Warden to soar back in. Her savior up in the skies. Look, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's the Dragon Riders! Finish off the last remaining defenses, and she will be able to help them out after all with a pop down. That air defense goes. Garakuta on task for a 3-star. Just about to claim it.
Yeah, and with 1 Loon left on this one, he should be able to get that 3-star, no problem with that time, especially with saving this 1 Loon. So really nicely done, getting the pathing set up into the core, really good funneling, and this was the key to success for Garakuta in this one. And Nephilian is taking the lead really early into this match. Yes, it's only a 2% lead on average, but still, it is a lead, and that's everything, because it's a star as well, which they have more than their opponent.
Well, that 1-star makes all the difference, an opportunity to edge ahead, and that's not just going to be that morale boost for Aphelion Esports, but a scoreboard to pair with it. HT Family having to go first, and from a position of weakness now, need to get reliable triples up on the board and hope that their defenses then can put them back in the driver's seat. Meanwhile, though, Aphelion Esports know that with that really high 98% 2-star that HT Family had, there is not really going to be any room for winning on a tie. They kind of have to keep those 3 stars going if they want to maintain their lead and find another chance to face off against the Queen Walkers again.
Yeah, they really... I mean, it would be a rematch, and it would be an interesting one, especially considering how the first match of them turned out. Like 15-14, an incredible match in between of those good teams. But I mean, this match is far from being over. So still, we have to wait for those next couple of attacks and see what they can bring to decide this match in a positive or maybe in a negative way. We have to wait. Next attack is on the way. We have another Hydra attack, but this time we see some lightnings, and we see a clone spell to the mix. So this is something which we have not seen, at least today, too much, Woody.
Queen and King charge in the right compartment. I'm seeing a lot more Sui dives today, I think, that I have in the past, which had tended more toward Queen charge. Skeleton spell pops right next to that Eagle Artillery, and we'll get a little bit of additional distraction force for the Barbarian King, but I wonder if Brave Intrepid had intended to dive that Queen in to help him out. Eagle Artillery is an extremely important target to take down, and he does get it with the ability of the Barbarian King popping off there. Giant Bomb explodes a few of those barbs off the map, while the Queen has actually managed to do a pretty good job pathing along the outer edge for some additional cleanup, but like not really hitting any key targets here, Itsu.
Not any key targets indeed. The Tesla form in the core, though, might be a couple of problems. He's using the lightning, but it's not taking those Tesla down, which means they're going to stay alive and getting healed up again from those builders. And there we go with those dragons, with those dragon riders. But King and Queen are taken down, so they cannot finish off this base, which we see so many times with this army composition. The blimp now is getting sent in, and this blimp needs to reach the town hall. Would be such an important move to have this Queen and to have this blimp flying across. No NATO just yet, and this blimp just seems to get the town hall. There's the NATO now, but that's quite late overall. He's just freezing that town hall, and with this he should be still easily able to take down the town hall. This one, Woody.
Raged up loons in the left compartment, but boy, they are taking a lot of shots from that Giga Bomb. The Inferno blasting through him, and the poison going to be a big cloud of trouble for them to rock into. Still hold on, because he's got a couple of dragons and Dragon Rider in that left corner. The last offense getting a little bit of aerial support as well from an Electro Owl. He's just doing his best flapping around the base, but I think that this is going to be an awfully difficult finishing run for Brave Intrepid. expecting perhaps to have gotten more damage dealt with the Archer Queen on the interior on that initial charge. He's already lost his Dragon Rider now, and with it, his best hopes of finishing off that air defense and multi-target Inferno at the bottom corner. This is just going to be a high percentage 2-star, and at a time when HT Family really couldn't afford to throw away the third.
Yeah, it seems to be like really not HT Family's day. They already had not their best performance against Alternate. Now they're struggling against Aphelion as well. They had the same start against Alternate. They started with those 3 stars. Then they had twice not the best attacks. But then they were finishing with a couple of 3 stars. So let's see if they can do that as well. Maybe turn this match around. But so far, all of the cards are in Aphelion hands. Like, they can't decide this match with maybe one more 3-star. This match could be over already.
Yeah, this is turning out to be a really impressive turnaround for Aphelion off of some crazy hits early by HT Family. They are now starting to just kind of wither away, and in a, I gotta say, I'm a little disappointed in a war that they had already won in the past on a 14-12 scoreline, with an opportunity to bounce back after an iffy performance earlier on. It just seems like Aphelion Esports have really practiced well, honed their attacks, sharpened their swords, and cannot be stopped now. With back-to-back triples, they have an opportunity to make it a tic-tac-toe 3 in a row. CEO from Aphelion Esports with the Dragon Rider hybrid army now, all from the skies. This, like, Hydra, quasi-Hydra, I guess, with 7 Inferno Dragons. Gonna go in once again with a Sui hero attack, but from what angle? Is he gonna use those heroes to support this aerial hit?
Yeah, this time he's not going to dive in anywhere with those heroes, just sending them around. And I feel like this is the strongest way of using those heroes, because having the queen staying alive for so long is just such an important thing. Because she's on so many attacks finishing off the base. So let's see if that's going to be doing the same thing on this one. Because this one, there was a hound inside the clan castle getting lured over. And those Inferno Dragons really getting distracted. The heal spell in the core, healing up everything again. The back end skeleton is trying the best to dish out some damage. But with this heal spell, it's not doing too much. But the air sweeper on the other side is really pushing those dragons away from the scatter. And with keeping that scatter alive, that might be a game-changing moment for this defense, Woody.
Yeah, this attack was very powerful right out of the gate, but when you use all of your power early on, you have got to deliver a knockout blow to the key defenses. Sia with what was essentially just like a one-phase attack that didn't even really rely on any funneling or any hero dive at all, was just kind of hoping to have enough left in the tank at the end to finish it off. And you know what? He might have still been right in the end. He is starting to kind of drop quickly, but so are the defenses. And despite having relatively little left in terms of his overall attack, he still does have all 4 heroes up. They're pathing through and taking a beating, but the Royal Champion ability left to be used, pop, there it goes. We'll be able to finish off these remaining defenses. So congratulations to him. Sometimes a good old-fashioned smack to the face is all these bases need, and Sia was happy to deliver it for Aphelion Esports, now with 3 triples in a row.
Yeah, really strong performance by them so far, impressing us quite a bit, but at the same time impressing HT Family apparently, because they're struggling quite a bit. At this point, it's do or die for HT Family. They need those 3 stars to have somehow a chance of staying inside this, even though their chances are getting lower and lower. Because so far the feeling is just putting up a show, and they really show that they want to have this revenge versus Queen Walkers. I mean, the last match was pretty close, so you never know what is about to happen in the next match where Aphelion is facing off against Queen Walkers.
Yeah, double Elim adds way more to the drama of a rematch potentiality, and HT Family are looking like they are going to give that opportunity to Aphelion Esports after all. HT Family could win if they get 2 triples here and 2 defenses, but that's a coin flip 4 times. That is really hard to win. I'd say Aphelion Esports has got basically an 8-1 advantage right now over HT Family, and the odds are very deeply in their favor. So HT Family, in their defense, scored really high percentage 2-star strikes with the 2 attacks that they did miss. I think this war could have gone very differently with just a very small adjustment in HT Family's strategy. But ultimately, the scoreline stands where it does based on those narrow early misses. And it's going to have to be Aphelion Esports taking a miss if HT Family wants to get the advancement now. It's kind of out of their hands, really.
Yeah, it is actually like they were falling behind too much, but at the same time, we know there are comebacks happening sometimes. You should never count a team out too early. We have seen that quite a couple of times in the community, and there were crazy comebacks already happening. So let's see if HT Family can pull this off. We have another attack, and this is in Sui Lalo, it seems like. Those are one of the most enjoyable attacks to watch. So can ISK push this back for HT Family and get the 3-star comeback train rolling? That's the big question.
Deep dive straight into the core of that Town Hall compartment with those super wall breakers. Nicely done, and he will get the CC pull out as well. Multi-target Inferno is ready up there to back them up. But it's the single right now that is really given ISK a big problem. His Barbarian King burnt to a crisp, and that's going to be an Archer Queen ability as well to deal with the defending Queen and this Lava Hound as well. Nicely positioned Poison Spell will get most of those CC troops and knock on to about half the pups as well. But he's running a bit low on offense up top. Needs to get this triple Lava Hound approach ready to go. He's brought so many spells to add in complement for this attack, but will commit one of them as an invisibility to help this Queen just try to knock down the Wizard Tower. No! Doesn't get the job done, and that's going to leave a Builder Hut ready to repair it back up. A missed opportunity there with that spell usage by ISK.
Yeah, but now we have the Lalo coming in from that bottom side. That blimp is looking perfect because that blimp should take down the multi-inferno tower, which is located in that core. And without the pathing in there, this is a really good choice of taking it down nice and early. Even the air sweeper is now getting taken down by those couple of runes. He has the warning ability left. He has a rage spell left as well. The Hound is still taking everything. And now with that rage, that back-end scatter should be taken down without any problems. The only thing left, which is a threat now, it feels like, is the sweeper. What?
Yeah, there's a sweeper right next to the air targeting expo. Fortunately for ISK, the sweeper locked onto the Grand Warden, which didn't wind up being too much of a problem, and actually kind of helped keep him safe from those splash damage structures on the back end. So many balloons still high in the sky, and with a Wizard Tower, whoa, hold on, big splash damage on those loons. It was looking confident, but not quite after all. All right, invisibility spell will keep them safe for the final approach, and ISK managed to use all of his resources just in the nick of time to be able to guarantee that triple in the end. HT Family will get that total up to 10, but that is still going to be a big deficit relative to Aphelion Esports' performance in their first 3 attacks. Can they get a perfect war after all and march back into a re-encounter with the Queen Walkers?
Yeah, and I think this next attack can already decide the match. Like, if Aphelion is going to 3-star this next attack, this match is done, and we can already kind of talk about this rematch story, which is speeding up in between of Aphelion and Queen Walkers. But if they're going to fail, maybe there's still the chance of this comeback happening. The chances would be still pretty small, but it would be there. So the question is now, how's the next attack looking? Is it going to be a GG, or is it still going to the chances of the comeback?
Well, I think if you look at this from a Aphelion Esports perspective, this is the perfect opportunity for a revenge strike against a squad that knocked them out in the 3rd week of competition. HT Family, with that 14-12 win that we are talking about, forced Aphelion Esports to come back and compete for another week in the last chance qualifier and then drop against Repotted Gaming on a 13-13 scoreline. They were the 4th place team and the last to qualify for this event, but all of a sudden they have really put their nose to the grindstone and prepared hard for this series, because where it matters most, where the biggest prizes are available in the playoffs, Aphelion Esports is not leaving anything to chance, and with a big strike set up for their 4th and next to final blow, any triple here now is going to be enough to close it out. Choco missed the 3-star last time around, if memory serves, but with a double Hound strike, wow, he is really dropping the hammer early on. earthquakes and lightnings to crack into an air defense and other key defenses on this compartment. Not damaging that Archer Queen, though. But still, Choco's looking strong here, Itsu.
Yeah, the entry looks pretty good, but at the same time, there are a lot of storages which take some time for this queen, even though she's not getting like too much damage on her. But at the same time, with all of those HP buildings up there, time is always a problem. Time is always a problem. He's using the wall breaker now to get deeper into this base, but he needs to be careful because the multi-inferno tower and the builder hut are already shooting at this wall breaker, and even though it's tanky, might be not tanky enough to get this queen further inside this base. Now it's opening the core wall. Is it going to be able to get it open? Yes, it is, which means this queen can, in theory, reach that town hall. King is walking inside as well, and this dive so far is looking really promising, Woody.
A Twister spinning those troops around, but won't be able to prevent them from getting the knockdown kill of the Town Hall. Big Giga Inferno's burning them up, but nice snowy shot there from the Abominable Snowman, shutting down with a free spell everything in the core of the base, and even though that's going to be a big Giga Bomb exploding with a massive poison effect as well, Choco's going to take it like a champ and keep on swinging. Big attack over on the right corner now. It's going to be that Law Loon push now, holding on to the Ice Hound for the very final stage of this hit. Whoa! Big Tesla Bar pops up in the Eagle Artillery compartment with those single target Infernos as well. He might have a bit too much to chomp off for that bottom hit. Can he do it? This is going to take real careful finesse, Itsu.
Yeah, and those eagle shots are dealing so much damage, and you have to remember, there is a back-end queen, but the Ice Sound explosion is giving him so much value. Now the question is, can those 3 headhunters take down the defending queen on the back end? The queen is now engaging, the headhunters are now getting placed. They need to travel and run quite a bit, and I feel like in this time, those loons are going to be taken down, and the next bad thing for him is he's making this defending queen invisible, which means those headhunters are not on her, but instead the owl is finishing things off. It's still looking good with this one, Woody.
The loons will path on after all. Survival of the fittest, and Choco has done his workout plan to perfection. Aphelion Esports gets 4 3-stars in a row, and just like you mentioned, Itsu, that is going to be the end of HT Family's hopes. There is not really much anything that they can do about it at this point to try to get back into the win column. Aphelion Esports looks easily ahead, and in a dominant showing will be maybe scaring Queen Walkers in their next match.
Yep, this is how things are looking. No comeback really possible. I feel like Aphelion Esports is just too strong, and I think they're even looking scary versus Queen Walkers. I mean, Queen Walkers being really strong so far in this Team B bracket, but at the same time, I mean, Aphelion is looking strong as well. So far, out of their 9 attacks, 8 were 3-stars today, so not being a weak opponent at all, and HT Family is noticing that right now, Woody.
And my only concern for Aphelion Esports would be, have they now deployed their best bases against HT Family with such a low hit rate from their opponents? It seems like they've committed a lot of brain power to trying to deny their opponents the opportunities to get those triples in this war. And maybe they've kind of put it all on the line a bit too soon. Nonetheless, let's give HT Family proper due. They have one last attack and just a tiny sliver of hope on a triple, and then some horrible mishap from Aphelion Esports afterwards would get them back in the win column. I guess a 1-star from Aphelion would be able to drop them low enough into the loss column again. So HT Family needs a 3-star, or I mean, it's already going to be over. The crack into the right side compartment is going to be their opening approach here with the Queen Charge, holding on to a couple of super wall breakers, but not going to use them just yet, just getting some additional outside damage here on the opening. Joined by a Warden now. They're going to continue walking along before they can get this P.E.K.K.A Smash ready.
Yeah, and he's just completely skipping that Eagle, which is not that common. But wait a second, there's the Dragon Rider designed to take down this Eagle right there. The Queen is now stepping inside, and yes, using the Headhunter to make sure that this Queen is actually getting in there. Now there is a blimp into the direction of the town, but wait a second, there's a sweeper pointing against that blimp, so this blimp will take quite a big like quite a long time to actually get there. Freezing up the sweeper just to make sure that this blimp is reaching the target. But wait a second, there is actually the black mine. So now the town hall needs to go down, and it's going down with those sneaky goblins in just no time, Woody.
Wow, super strong hit from Jin Mu. The clutch finisher for MHT family is not going to go down without a fight. Big, strong protection for that Archer Queen is those healers still up in the midsection. They have taken multiple shots from the scatter and are still alive, doing their best to keep her topped off and onto the final corner of this base. Big shield from the Royal Champion curving around and with an arm hook. Left, right, jab. This is a knockout. Jin Mu has got the final triple for HT family, ending their overall scoreline on 13 stars. Really kind of an underperformance relative to the strength that you saw in their earlier attacks. That average destruction pushing to 98%. It was really close to a perfect war from HT family. Just a few buildings left standing on Affiliate Esports' side of the map. But with time being a factor for them, it's going to be back to the drawing board for their offense, trying to get a little bit more value a little bit quicker, just like they did in the first attack. You remember HT Family's first attack was like a minute and 35-second 3-star, and then following after that, they wound up getting time fails. So Affiliate Esports now, with their more smooth consistency that we had talked about, will find an opportunity to close this thing out. A 2-star guarantees victory, Itsu.
Yeah, 2-star should be enough, or like a... what is it, like a 98% 1-star or something crazy like that, which I feel like is even harder to achieve than like a 50% 2-star. But either way, it's looking really good for Aphelion. They can be really happy with that result, but obviously they want to get with the perfect into the match against Queen Walkers. Getting the momentum on their side would be a huge thing, especially if you're facing off against a team like Queen Walkers, which is never an easy matchup. We have seen that in their first match where they were facing off. 15 stars was the result for Queen Walkers against Aphelion. And now they could achieve the same star amount versus HG Family in this one. Are they going to make it? That's the question for them. At the same time, tag should start any second. And there we go. Kazuma is in with the Queen George Dragon Riders.
Yeehaw! Ride 'em, cowboy! Queen Charge Dragon Riders is an attack we more often see in the early stages of the war, but Kazuma is happy to put the final shot in with that tried-true strat. Maybe he was trying to put a plan together for something else that wound up just kind of falling through in the last moment, or maybe he's got a surprise up his sleeves here now with a Battle Blend going straight for the Town Hall, popping it out and taking it down. Freeze as well to protect the loons a little bit longer, but will activate that skeleton trap early on, and that's actually pretty good news for Kazuma. More skeletons that he doesn't have to worry chomping onto his Dragon Riders later on. Poor Unicorn gets knocked apart by that cannon. Just a sliver of health now left on her, but the CC pull is going to be coming out, and it's Rocket Loons. Better react quick, Kazuma!
Oh, he needs to be careful. Freezing it up. The Queen is running.
Oh, no!
She's staying barely alive, but this means the Queen ability is gone. Needs to be careful now, though, because he's still having to engage the Singer Inferno Tower, which is hiding in between of the Clan Castle building and the Eagle. And so far, the Queen is not looking like she would go for this Singer Inferno Tower. And now freezing. That was a close one, but it was in time, and the Queen should go for that Singer Inferno Tower right after the Clan Castle. And there we go. Singer Inferno Tower is down. Eagle is next.
Big Bowman in the top corner right there with the Queen. She is making it all the way up to this scatter shot in the right compartment. Meanwhile, main phase of the attack underway with the Dragon Riders protected by the Grand Warden over on the left corner. There's the trap right over the Town Hall. Tornadoes spinning around and some skeletons popping out as well, but Kazuma has got the right idea to deal with them. Eternal Tome Protection, and it's just that mid-section multi-target Inferno, and now two Air Sweepers trying to bully around these troops that are the last big frustration for him to deal with. Red Bombs pop out, and they were not there for the healers. That means that that's just going to be a little bit of damage over on the Dragon Riders, nothing that they can't handle, but Dragon Rider gets burnt up by the multi-target Inferno in the center. Balloon drops the ball, and all of a sudden, this is shaping up to be a bit of an awkward finish here for Kazuma. He ought to be able to get the triple after all with the finishing blow there from the Royal Champion, and I think this is done and dusted, Itsu.
It is indeed, and with this we have the perfect war for Aphelion. What a performance by them so far, and they get their rematch against an incredible looking Queen Walkers, and this is not going to be an easy match at all. Like, if you see normally Queen Walkers on the war map, you normally always have them as the favorites, but Aphelion were looking incredible strong so far in their matches. So I don't think that this next match is going to be a one-sided one. It's going to be an incredible close match. Again, the same as the first one.
Yeah, a real reversal of fortune for these two teams now. Aphelion Esports picking up the perfect war over HT Family, while the Queen Walkers just take a narrow loss to alternate attacks. In Queen Walkers' favor, though, they have had a little bit of time to reconfigure, prepare, and get ready for this final war of the day. Our 5th round is coming at you shortly. The rematch between Aphelion Esports and the perfect performance from Queen Walkers. Will it be a repeat, or will Aphelion finally be able to overcome their long-term foe? Stick with us, and you'll find out. Howdy, y'all, and welcome back to the Clash Masters! Our group stage for the playoffs has just got one more left, and boy, is it gonna be a doozy! A rematch with the qualification for the Final Four on the line. My name's Woody, and it's a pleasure to be joined by Itsu. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, especially with this match ahead. Like, Aphelion Esports against Queenwalkers, just an incredible pairing, especially considering how the first matches went. Like a 15-14 was the first match earlier in between of Queenwalkers and Aphelion. Queenwalkers was victory back then, but with just getting the perfect war now for Aphelion versus HD Family. This might turn it around because those matches were so incredibly close the first time when those two teams met.
Yeah, and like we've mentioned, the swing in fortunes from Queenwalkers with that perfect war, and then dropping to alternate attacks, their longtime foes on a tight 13-13 race, going down to the lower brackets, and then watching Aphelion Esports get that perfect win has really shifted momentum back. But in Queenwalker's favor, remember, they are the vice champions in the world, second place in the finals last year, and they have really been on a rampage through these qualifiers in Clash Masters. They have been at the top of their game for a long time, but is that top going to be good enough to get another win again? Aphelion Esports are scrambling back up, and I gotta say, I don't think that they're the favorite for this next match, but if they win, it means a lot. It means that the Queenwalkers would not even make it to the Final Four in Clash Masters qualifiers for this playoffs round. That is extremely important in terms of determining who gets the biggest prize and who has access to that Clash of Clans Championship silver wildcard ticket. You want to tell the fans a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure, because we are going to give away a wildcard silver ticket, which is allowing you access into the last chance qualifier of the World Championship. On the line over there, then around is going to be two golden tickets to get into the main event of Clash World Championship, which is a quite big thing because there is a share of $1 million prize pool in this event, which is quite a big amount of money, I want to say. So a lot of things are on the line. So far, though, you have to say, Queenwalkers and Alternate both already have the golden ticket. So they would get skipped if they would win. So far on the other side of the bracket, we have Space Station and Nishang Dance. Both of them do not have a silver or a golden ticket so far. So both of them would get maybe, well, they want for sure to get this wildcard silver ticket. So it's going to be interesting to see which of those teams can make it and earn this wildcard silver ticket, because this would mean a lot to those teams.
It sure would. So you know that Nishang Dance is definitely going to be rooting for the Queenwalkers here, hoping that if they advance on, that will be one more team that won't have a chance to take that silver ticket away from them. The Queenwalkers will be fighting for their chance to face off against alternate attacks in the Clash Masters Grand Finals tomorrow, but they'll have to get that win here and now over Aphelion Esports. One more at a time, Woody. Okay. Grand Warden Walk in the top corner will find a lot of juicy targets, but Air Defense pops down that poor Electro Owl, just trying to help out. Zapping through a few defenses, but with the healers set up now, just trying to make sure they don't catch a Seeking Air Bomb or any big red bombs up there on the top. And they should be good here, Itsu.
Yes, it should be for sure. Now he's going for the defending Royal Champion, just trying to get the Royal Champion as well. He's not looking forward to have that Royal Champion targeting his Warden. Now he's even going for this Elephants, because otherwise he's just too scared of those healers getting picked off out of range. Now using the invisibility spell. Not sure if that was intended, but I think he tries to redirect the Expo from the Warden onto the Queen, but the healers are just not switching. He needs to freeze to keep that Queen alive. The lock launcher is getting sent in as well. And now the party is about to get started because the King is getting sent in as well. And wait a second, Woody. There's a huge Tesla form coming up, which should deny the pathing for the King into the Eagle compartment.
Scary setup. Those 3 witches are going to have to spawn a lot of skellies to get in there quickly. That is going to be a big obstacle for the king now, forced to the outer edge. A few barbarians pathing onto the interior with a royal champion as well to knock down that eagle artillery, but it's going to get a few more shots off before it goes down. SMSTRS' attack is still looking strong, though, with a log launcher rolling straight through that single target inferno and cracking into the town hall as well. It is now activated. Protection from the eternal tome as the troops charge in to try to take down that single target inferno. Yetis are going to get the final say as the queen pops it off. Grand Warden is doing his best, but these troops are just taking so much fire from the Giga Inferno Itu.
Yeah, so much fire, but with 1 jump spell left. I don't know, he's jumping the 1 P.E.K.K.A. outside of the base to make sure this P.E.K.K.A. is already able to start the cleanup, because the Royal Champion is doing exactly that from the bottom side of the space, and time is ticking. We have seen so many time fades already today, Woody. So seeing another one would be heartbreaking, but we have cleanup everywhere. But 30 seconds, do you think that's enough?
Yeah, the solo P.E.K.K.A. jump is a weird flex, but okay, might be just what he needed. A little bit of additional cleanup along the outer edge, and remember that Royal Champion doesn't care about walls at all. Hops over any that still may remain to that last builder hut up top is not going to be a problem. Thankfully for SMSTRS, that one little lone minion might have just saved the day, taking down that elixir storage in the center of the base, and there is just barely enough time, but he has done it in the end. Just a few seconds left, and hats off to ClashMSTRS of the Queen Walkers, grabbing the first 3-star in what turned out to be a really close hit.
That was an incredible close hit. Just like the spread of the cleanup was perfect. Really nicely done to him, obviously, like deploying those troops. And this jump, I feel like, saved him the day. Like, this jump was making sure that this P.E.K.K.A. already cleaning things up, especially with this healer transition over to it. And this P.E.K.K.A. just jumping over walls, getting storages out of the way nice and early, just to make sure that at the end the Royal Champion is coming in, taking down the Bitter Hut, and cleaning up the last building. So really nicely done to SMSTRS, starting things off as well with those 3 stars. And now it's on for Aphelion Esports. They need to deliver in this match. It's do or die in this matchup. The loser is out of this competition. The winner is going to get the number 2 seed in this Group B match. And now we have this incredible, powerful combination between of Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders. One of the most powerful, if not even the most powerful strategy right now in the game. And he's going at the base of stars with this one.
Shoya missed a Seeking Airmine that popped onto his Dragon Rider in the top corner and denied the attack at the air defense. That meant a second Dragon Rider going down to the air defense, firing away at him, and bad news overall. Shoya still is going to be powering through admirably, very quickly with these spells, trying to keep his troops on task and not allowing any time for the splash damage to pop up. But there's the Teslas in the farm, and the backside is extremely dangerous for any attempt at cleanup. Shoya did not see this coming, and that is going to be a difficulty for him on the final legs here. Still, though, the Grand Warden doing an excellent job protecting all the dragons up top, and that might be just enough to finish off this base in the end. Still holding the Archer Queen ability and another Royal Champion ability, as well as a free spell. This last freeze needs to be clutch.
Yeah, and it is clutch. This Skeleton is getting frozen up. The Royal Champion ability to just get through the back end, and as I said, this right now is the strongest attack strategy in the game, I feel like. The consistency of this attack strategy, of the combination of Dragon Riders with those Inferno Dragons is just incredible. And Shoya is showing off on how to use it. The Skeleton spell, just as a counter versus the current meta strategy on base building, is just incredible, because the current setup is always the double multi-Inferno tower with a single Inferno tower. But with this, you don't have too much coverage, splash coverage in the base, which could get rid of those skeleton spells, and then they can just tank so many buildings, especially the buildings with the defenses like the Warden or, for example, Scatter Shots, which are actually big threats to heroes, and then could like take them down. But with those skeleton spells, those defenses are pretty much useless. So really nice use of that strategy, and this means it's back to Queen Walkers, and so far this match is all tied up.
Yeah, it's always an interesting opportunity when there's a spell that can be used in multiple different ways to distract or damage enemy defenses. If you were wondering about the right way to adapt on the fly to get maximum value from there, you just saw an attack that could show you how to do it. 3 stars there for Aphelion Esports now, and a tied up score against the Queen Walkers. Same scoreline that we saw in that first match between the two of them. And it doesn't look like these defenses are able to keep pace against the massive attacks that these two teams are bringing to bear. Queen Walkers will be the next to follow up. And I'm kind of wondering what I expect that they would do. Probably to the skies again, despite the fact that we saw quite a few ground-based attacks earlier. I think that most often the first 2 attacks have been those big aerial hits from them. Would you agree with that, or do you expect them to go back grounded again?
I mean, the next attacker for Queen Walkers is going to be Gaku, I believe. So he's going to go in with some sort of Queen Charge. Typically, he's following up with either Lado or with Dragon Riders. But sometimes he's going in with air as well. But then typically he's going in first for Queen Walkers. So they really have their routine. If I would bet, it's some sort of Queen Charge. Either Queen Charge Lado or Queen Charge Dragon Rider. You can't really tell. It's just like speculation then, obviously. But I would go with those 2 strategies that Gaku would come in this next one.
All right. Well, we have a little bit of time here now, downtime to prepare. Maybe I want to ask the chat, what do you guys think of this upcoming match with a 1-1 tied up scoreline on perfect attacks from both Queen Walkers and Aphelion Esports? Do you expect your vice champions to get the win, or is Aphelion going to wind up getting the upset and reverse the trajectory from that previous match? Let us know before Gaku gets his attack in. It's going to be that Queen Charge Dragon Rider, just as you predicted, Itsu.
Yep, that's just his thing. Like, whenever Gaku is going second, he's always going with those Queen Charges, and he's so good with those Queen Charge Dragon Riders, or, for example, with that Queen Charge Lado in general. So, starting things off, getting the funnel right, using the rage just to keep his queen alive, versus that defending queen with the perfect headhunter right there. And then the charge right next to that E compartment. There's one wall missing, actually, on this right side, so I don't know if he saw that. Likely yes, but I think he wants to get that that king into the E compartment. Or the other option might be he's just going in with those dragon riders into the eagle and is not even bothering about the other things. The storage is going to be taken down. The queen is taking a lot of damage. Oh, the queen is going down, Woody.
Yikes. Gaku making a really big mistake on the entry point here. Way too much damage stacked up on the queen, and it's just that ever fearful splash that can take her out, even with the ability used. Scatter shot is just such a formidable defense, and Gaku is now trying to adapt and find some way to salvage this operation.
Yeah, and now it's the Royal Champion charge, somehow trying to save this. We have the eagle being activated. Now he has to think about what are his options. Like, is he going to send those Dragon Riders into the Eagle? Is he going to mix things up? Because this Royal Champion is about to fall. So what is the plan B for Gaku at this point? He's sending already the first Dragon Riders into the Eagle, but already the first couple of Black Mice are hitting those hard. And now, what is the next step for Gaku in this one? He is changing towards the blimp for the town hall, but what was inside that clan cast, because it was designed to be a log launcher, so maybe an ice golem, maybe another healer. And you have to say, a healer is not the best option to take down a town hall in that blimp. So we have those healers getting lured across, and the town hall is activated. There is the blimp. What is inside that blimp is the big question.
It must be something that can deal damage, otherwise why would he even throw it out there? Alright, it's going to be balloons and a Dragon Rider, so thankfully for him, not racking the healer as backup support that time around, but wow, Gaku, how much of a base can you still leave and walk away with your head held high? 20 seconds left for some additional percentage here, but yowza, this is a big miss. And the Aphelion Esports squad is going to be pumping their fists for a successful defense by Garakuta, still holding on to basically a quarter of the base.
Quarter of the base, yeah. 76% two-star. Not what he was aiming for sure. So that is already an incredible defense. And considering how strong Aphelion was, this might be a game-changing moment for them, because Aphelion now can get a huge lead over Queen Walkers, especially with this defense. So things maybe have shifted. Maybe Aphelion can have the chance, and this would be an incredible revenge, because, well, being able to knock down Queen Walkers in this match in the lower bracket, that would be a huge upset.
Right, you are. And it wasn't even a defensive mess up there from Queen Walkers. Instead, it was their offense, something that they are much more known for being solid and reliable with an 80% hit rate coming into this war. To drop, not even just in the late war, but in their second attack, it really cannot be overstated how important that result that you just saw was. Sia will be the next attacker for Aphelion Esport with another one of those familiar Dragon Rider hybrid strats with a couple of dragons and 6 Inferno dragons to burn things up as well. Heavy freeze and skeleton spell usage in this spell factory, so I'm guessing he's probably going to use those to try to distract out the scatter shots over in the left and top sides. Tricky usage though there, because there's lots of splash damage around both of them to give those skeletons a hard time. Crashing in on multiple angles though, he's going to go for the Town Hall and separates out for the enemy Archer Queen first, Itsu.
Yeah, we have now those skeleton spells coming in, the poison as well to take down the defending clan castle, and the heal spell to get everything back on track. But this air sweeper is really causing some problems. The single Inferno Tower as well on the left side is targeting those Dragon Riders and Inferno Dragons, and things are not looking pretty. But can he somehow push this through, because the defending king is taken down, which means this Royal Champion can deal a ton of damage to that base.
Big multi-target Inferno still standing up is going to wipe out the Grand Warden. He doesn't do a whole lot of damage himself, but that life aura is crucial for keeping the troops up, and all of a sudden, the Queen Walkers, despondent from their last hit, are going to be happy after all with how this thing turns out. CEO is not likely to get the triple unless he can go on a massive strike now with these last two heroes, holding on to that free spell and a Archer Queen ability, but having to engage with this pup. He's going to lose his Royal Champion, and with just a Unicorn to finish things off, that single target Inferno is a mighty foe to behold. It's all about this Archer Queen now, Itsu.
Yeah, all about this Archer Queen getting as many percentages as possible, because we saw already the percentage fail of Queen Walkers was quite high. So getting more percentages is key right now. He's just freezing that scatter shot. That queen can take down actually a lot of more buildings with her ability. As long as he's not losing that queen in her ability, he is fine. Using the queen ability right away to make sure that she's staying alive, and even getting closer to this 90% mark, even though the important buildings are staying alive inside this base. But the queen is just collecting non-stop percentage buildings on the outside. Even the cannon is going down, and this means a 92% is going to be the final score for this attack. But still, it's going to be a 5-5 after 2 attacks each. But percentage-wise, Aphelion Esports is quite ahead, you have to say.
Well, there you go. Aphelion Esports with the pickup, but not a decisive one. 8% advantage looks like a lot more early war than it will turn out to be at the end, most likely. With any more 3 stars up on the board from both of these squads, that percentage is going to narrow. And yet, as you mentioned, it's a pretty appreciable lead for Aphelion Esports, thanks to the cleanup from that Archer Queen on the outer edge. A 76% hit from the Queen Walkers really dragged their percentage down far. But Aphelion Esports managed to get a decent cleanup there along the finishing line. So third attack now in the mid-war leaves Aphelion Esports with the possibility for an upset victory, but that is not something that the Queen Walkers are likely to give away easily. All 5 of their attackers are very consistent, strong hitters, and they are not really having to rely on any one particular player to get them back in the driver's seat here. So third attack next. Expect an opportunity for Queen Walkers to start their turnaround play here. or for Aphelion Esports to really cement their lead.
Yeah, we have Stars coming in next, and he's coming again with like the similar army composition, which we have seen already earlier from him, which is this mass Dragon Riders with some bad spells, which is not that common of a combination, especially because it's only 3 of those bad spells. So let's see how he's going to try to use that. There's the Hound flying across. There's the Sweeper, though, pushing that blimp a little bit further away. But it should reach the target, triggering that first giant bomb. But the question now is he going to get out of value he wants to go for? Because this Blizzard needs to take down a lot to make sure that the base is getting in shape for the heroes to be sent in. And this Blizzard so far is even taking down the Lava Pup. So good entry, 4 stars in this matchup.
Yeah, good that he got the Town Hall, but it's a really expensive expenditure for stars. It's going to leave him short on spells for the back end, where he's brought, interestingly, 3 bat spells. A lot of times those bat bombs are 6 or 7 of them. Instead, just a handful to add on at the end. And with a Dragon Raider heavy army here, he really, I think, I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit pessimistic about this start, to be completely honest. But Stars has really surprised me before, and I'm happy to be wrong if he does manage to get good value here in the midsection. Royal Champion is really doing some fantastic work, knocking apart a single target Inferno and the air sweepers there, even crashing that shield onto the scatter shot. So keep an eye out for a big swing up in Stars' favor. Getting this Eagle artillery is going to be a big advantage as well, but bombs and a Tesla popping out are going to slow things down just a little bit more. 1 minute and 30 into the attack, and time is starting to be a factor as well, Itsu.
Yeah, time is going to be a factor. Oh, Queen ability! No way. Another Queen, which is dying in her ability. What is going on with Queen Walkers? That is such an uncommon thing. Now he's starting off at the top side with those bats. He's just placing them to make sure that those biddings are going down, because otherwise time could be an issue. And so far, most of those Dragon Riders are just completely avoiding that Eagle. The Eagle just firing away on those Dragon Riders, and they just have no chance of fighting back. Everything is relying now on this one Dragon Rider at the bottom side, finally taking down the Eagle. I don't know if that's going to work. The bats are everywhere. He has a poison left, another freeze, but he missed the
Why did he freeze the Eagle?
No way.
Oh, and the Grand Warden down to a Seeking Air Mine. This is about as bad as this attack could have finished. Stars so close, crushing this base from all sides of Vice grip. But the emphasis on Vice, leaving that Eagle up, a Raptor in the skies, is not a friendly foe to have to finish off here now, and Stars will be left with a 2-star. 2 big missteps by the Queen Walkers back to back now, as their third attack will end with their percentage below 90% midway through the war. It's 89.7%, and just those 7 stars. They are really faltering hard.
Yeah, that's really uncommon mistakes, especially from Stars. Like, he's typically such a safe attacker, like really not doing that many mistakes, and he tried to save the Queen ability to not make her shoot those skeletons, but then she just died in her ability, the same as we had earlier happening to Gaku it was. And now we have the next attacker though for Aphelion. We have Garakuta charging into the space of Klaus. But those tests are already dealing quite a bit of damage on those healers, and he's barely keeping that healer alive.
Dragon Rider's ready to get set up here as soon as this Queen finishes her outer edge push. A lot of times we see the Queen pathing past that Town Hall and just kind of wiping out the buildings on the outer edge to make it easier for whatever stab does go deeper in to get the knock apart. Battle Blimp is going to get spun around, though, as the Tornado Trap finds a big slowdown here, but not going to be too much of a problem for Garakuta. Already getting the Sneaky Goblins right on target. The Town Hall will go down for the first star, and it's going to be a leg out for the Dragon Riders later on that they won't get that air sickness.
Okay, we have the charge now inside this compartment. The King is over there as well. and the Town Hall is been taken down. The Dragon Riders are going to be sent from the far left side. Are they going to be baited? That's the question. We have already a couple of people in the chat saying that this attack is quite obvious and might have been already done a couple of times. So let's see if you are right and if those traps are placed accordingly, or if they are not even close to that. The first couple of Black Mats are hitting, but they're only hitting those loons. 2 Black Mats already out of the picture. Now even the Royal Champion is getting sent in, but those Headhunters just obliterated those heroes. Now the Queen can jump even further inside the base. The last healer of that Queen Charge is gone. But this means less Black Mites versus those Dragon Riders. Can this still work, Woody?
Oh, man! Why would you say that? 2 Black Mites trigger and take out a nearly full health Dragon Rider. Super bad news for Garakuta as he's now running out of aerial offense, and a single target Inferno locked onto a Dragon Rider as well. He is getting really unlucky with these targets and is just doing his best to power through the last quarter of the base. A big seeking shield from the Royal Champion will get it done, but man, alive, there were some difficult moments there for Garakuta. Still, with a successful defense and a big smashing offense, Garakuta might just be the MVP for Aphelion Esports, clambering back ahead and getting the star lead now over the Queen Walkers.
Getting that star lead indeed, and this is a big surprise. I mean, we were going into this match, I mean, we know how strong Aphelion was, but Queen Walkers was looking pretty good as well. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 time fates versus alternate, but overall they were showing off really strong, and seeing now this is really uncommon for them, you want to say. So surprised by that. They have 2 OP attackers left. They have to concentrate to stay inside this match. It's like, so far everything is still possible, but they really need to turn things around because it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, I think that this is the worst start for a Queen Walkers war in the playoffs for sure, and in a very long time for Queen Walkers. And with this surprise fall from grace, Aphelion Esports has found their opportunity, the one that they paid so dearly for, dropping down to the lower bracket with a victory by the Queen Walkers. But revenge is a dish best served cold, and they are cold as ice in this third war. Or in this repeat war, I should say. The 4th attack will be starting shortly for Queen Walkers, and it seems like their path to victory is 2 back-to-back triples out of their last 2. And then back-to-back defenses for Aphelion Esports. This was pretty much the exact same position that Aphelion Esports was in their previous war against HT Family. And we know how that one turned out. Aphelion Esports got the win. All they've got to do is just have another good showing, 2 more wars, and they'll be in the Final Four, Itsu.
Yeah, and that would be huge for Aphelion Esports because they don't have one of those silver ticket or those wildcard silver tickets either. So this would be a huge momentum shift for them winning this one. Because, well, everyone wants to get into this World Championship, and the last chance qualifier is the first step in this one. We have the Blizzard now from Klaus, really dropping in between of that Scatter and the Eagle. And this already looks like incredible value, Woody.
Wow, yeah, chaining onto a Scatter, grabbing an air defense and a Wizard Tower. Big leg up for the Laloon strike to take place later. The CC pull out is also going to get some additional chip damage onto those Ice Golems, who are going to be a little bit of a distraction here for the Barbarian King, but not much of a threat at all. Slowing him down a little bit along the outer edge. And check out this sneaky Goblin charging in and triggering a couple of bombs. Klaus has got a Minesweeper crew here for the Town Hall up top.
Yeah, and we have that invisibility spell with those sneakies to get the Town Hall down, even triggering the Nail Trap. I mean, you take that any day of the week, and now we have the heroes pushing in from the bottom side with that Golem together, which is quite janky. There's the first wall break. He even is bringing the jump spell to get further inside the space. There's the Royal Champion with that Giant on the right side to push this King and Queen even further inside the base. The Golem is exploding due to the defending Queen, and now he can use that jump spell, getting into the Scatter compartment. Wait a second, why is he not opening to the core? That's a big question, because those heroes are now going to be stuck inside that compartment. I don't know if that was intentional, and if that's the case, I'm not sure why exactly.
Well, Queen will be able to target onto the CC, but yeah, that King's going to have to chop through those walls, and this poor Queen hopping over the wall will have access to the multi-target Inferno, but it's like that King is just there as a big body bag out in front, trying to take shots for the Queen and soak as much as he can. Still, Klaus is looking strong and commanding with 8 more balloons left to add on to whatever spot of this base he deems appropriate. A single target Inferno on that top right side would have been a problem for any heroes that were pathing in for the finishing blow, but as balloons, they are not worried about that at all. Let that Lava Hound pup as far as Klaus is concerned, because that's even more quick of a cleanup for him. Last free spell is out, and this is going to be way more overkill than Klaus would have ever needed. An excellent way to get the 4th attack finished. The Queen Walkers are still in it, Itsu.
Yeah, really nicely done. Klaus is doing it, getting the 3-star when Queen Walkers needed it the most. And now we have this match heating up really quickly, because Aphelion now, they can push the lead with another 3-star. But if they're going to struggle against this next base, Queen Walkers have the next chance. They can still stay inside this match, but it's going to be not easy, because the percentage is really, really far on the side of Aphelion. If we can take a look at that at the moment, like you can see, that's a big percentage difference, like right below me. That's not easy to overcome.
Yeah, a 5% difference in the late war like this is going to be super tough for the Queen Walkers to walk back over. They could get it all the way up to 13 stars and a percentage in the mid-90s, but that will also rely on defenses against Aphelion Esports. So they have just got to hope that the bases that they held onto until the late war are indeed going to be the most difficult to crack. Choco's had trouble before. Is he going to slip up again, or will this be his moment of glory? 3 short minutes separates that question and the fate of Aphelion Esport on the line. A chance to advance. But are these 2 single target Infernos set up in the Town Hall compartment going to be a little bit too much for him to handle? He's also got 4 centralized air defenses, which are going to be difficult to reach. So this is going to have to be a quick and heavy hit if Choco wants to get the win. 4 skeleton spells to try to help insulate this aerial attack, but a little bit light on rage and haste. He is really going to have to go the distance and do a lot of early work here with a dive in the top probably to get this attack on target. Wow, lots of red bombs triggering up there, Itsu.
Yeah, a lot of red bombs already out of the way. I mean, we saw those outside red bomb forms now quite a bit against those Queen Charges or even Warden Walk entries. And now there's the first Black one already. The Funnel Inferno Dragon is been taken down. And yeah, the wall break missed. Like, okay, things are not going as planned for Choco. Can he still make that work? I mean, this is right now maybe the #1 strategy even in the game. It is incredibly powerful. The question remains, is this going to work?
An early use of the Eternal Tome there, but he might pay dividends after all. Pops a few traps and manages to soak 0 damage from that. Big bomb explodes as the Town Hall goes down, and that's going to be an end of the Dragon Rider's reign of terror on the bottom corner of the space. Tesla Farm pops up, and that's going to be a little bit of an additional protection for that single target Inferno. Once again, taking another Dragon Rider out. Inferno Dragons in the center of the base, protected by that Grand Warden, doing their best to path their way through with a hail spell to top them back off. Skeleton spells going down to try to distract those enemy heroes and keep this multi-target Inferno from annihilating, from roasting these poor dragons up top. Choco is just really taking a big smack and blow, and he's doing his best to get these heroes back into the action, but I think they needed to get more work done earlier on, because he is just losing a lot of his forces early. He's holding on to 2 more hero abilities and a couple more spells, though. It's not quite over yet, Itsu.
It's not quite over yet. Indeed, he has a lot of spells left. I think this should be still doable. The Queen ability is not even used yet. The Royal Champion is still in there. There's the freeze coming in to make sure that this king is staying alive. The Queen is still going for that wall, but the Royal Champion ability should be able to get this done, and we have another 3-star on the board, and we can see again why this strategy is so insane right now. Just the ability of tanking so much with those skeleton spells is huge. The Queen should easily be able to finish things up, even though this Royal Champion is going to fall down. But I feel like with this Royal Champion and with that Queen ability, it should be possible at the same time. Time is ticking. How is that Queen pathing now?
No way! Single target Inferno is going to lock the Queen. Still holding on to the ability. Tesla Farms is still up. Distraction Skeletons are coming out. The lock is good for the single target Inferno. He's going to have to pop the ability real fast. He needs to get this damage in. Lickety split. Run around the outer edges. The Queen gets the lock. Pop it down for the 3-star. Choco barely gets it, but barely is good enough for Aphelion Esports. 11 stars means that they hold that star line advantage over the Queen Walkers, and a constellation of destruction raining down on these Queen Walkers bases. The biggest upset of the Clash Masters playoffs so far, and a chance for Aphelion Esports to go ahead in the top 4. This is really incredible play from them, and I gotta say, it might be the underdog story of the month.
Yeah, they're showing really, really strong attacks right there. Going with those meta strategies and really executing them properly. Giving them a huge lead against Queen Walkers in this one. Queen Walkers now with their next attack. And they need to keep 3-starring and then just maybe hope for the best. But to be honest, their chances are getting lower and lower. We have now the next attack of Utah coming in on this base of Kazuma. And this one is a Queen Charge Dragon Rider with a lock launcher as well. So let's see where and how exactly he's going to approach the base. And it seems like he is going to go into this Eagle compartment right away.
Yeah, top side compartment destruction by Yuta 14. A clever identification here, and there's no fail for the super wall break this time around. Queen Walker's offense has been picking up steam ever since that last hit. And with an opportunity to get 13 total and bring their percentage back up, a clutch defense might still be able to edge out victory here. So there is some sliver of hope left for the Queen Walkers, but they need this attack to be all 3 stars, or else that hope is going to move back toward the underdogs. Aphelion Esports, having taken the loss to Queen Walkers earlier, they seek revenge, and it is so close to being finalized. Second stage of the attack, it's going to be a Barbarian King moving in to support this Queen Walker, and the log launcher has been deployed, Itsu.
The log launcher has been deployed and the logs are rolling. I like that he deployed it, that the single Inferno Tower should be hit as well, which is pretty nice, because this means even if the Clan Cast is coming out, this log launcher is just going to take down the Inferno Tower, which is huge, because this means the Queen doesn't have to care about this. Now the Queen is walking around, walking inside the range of the Clan Castle, and this now needs to be a little bit dicey, because there's another rage, and this Queen needs to stay alive and needs to get down the tunnel, because those Dragon Riders are supposed to come from the far right side, far away from this town hall.
Ice Golems, though, are giving a little bit more insulation for Yuta 14. He needs a clutch poison spell to get these pups out of commission and then get that Queen to relock onto the single target Inferno. We thought the log launcher might take it down, but the healing from those builder huts has actually been able to heal it back up. And man, it is going to be a close one after all. Single target locked, but the Queen will be able to handle it just in time, while the main stage of the attack is now underway on the bottom corner of the base. Grand Warden Eternal Tome, holy words of protection for those aerial troops soaring through. Royal Champion will get a few more shocks off with that spear, but man, she's going to be forced to pop that shield a bit earlier than she might have otherwise hoped. Finally getting the activation for the Town Hall. We need the 3-star here and now. Loss of the healers for the Archer Queen. She's just going to have to help out without those big ladies up top, but there's so many Dragon Riders. The Eagles have landed. Big hit for Yuta 14 as the 3-star is secured, Itsu.
3-star is secured, a super important one. I mean, it seems like either way, the percentage should be on side of Aphelion Esports. They need an incredible defense. So depending on how safe Aphelion is like how safe they're going to play this, they should win this match. Like, to be honest, it seems like they're only a couple of stars ahead, but at the same time, they're a percentage ahead as well, which is adding up another star pretty much on the scoreboard for them. And yeah, 2 stars, it should be already the win, to be honest. So let's see if they can make it. Let's see if it's going to be a decent percentage, because this should be enough to give Aphelion the win. And they're going to move into the next stage of this tournament, of this playoff phase. And this means they're on a really good way of earning this wildcard silver ticket for the Clash of Clans World Championship, which would be so important for those teams.
Well, our researchers in the laboratory behind the scenes have run the numbers and confirmed that a 2-star 78% by Aphelion Esports in their last strike will be sufficient to claim victory. Less than that, and we would have a tie on percentage or loss for them. 78% is the bar set by the Queen Walkers. Can Kazuma vault over it now with the last strike of the day, the 5th and final hit in this incredible rematch with qualification for the Final Four of the Clash Masters playoffs on the line, the $10,000 prize pool, so much of it up for grabs tomorrow, including that Clash of Clans wildcard silver ticket. Will Aphelion Esports take their shot here and now to move on up? It's a big dragon army from the top left corner, charging in with all of these heroes ready to lend their hand. Itsu, take it away.
Those Dragon Riders and Inferno Dragons are just going over this base. The Town Hall is going down quickly without even needing any spells as the support. And now we still have this heal spell, which is so powerful, especially with all of those troops grouped up so much. The Eagle is going down as well to the beams of the Inferno Dragons. The King and the Queen are pushing around the bottom side, even though there are a lot of tests out there, but they just do not care. With so many barbarians are getting spawned with their cool looking hats, and they're just pushing further through this base with the back end Royal Champion. As soon as she is going down, the attacking Royal Champion have no problem whatsoever, and this attack is looking good. He's close to crossing the percentage and making sure that the Aphelion is moving on into the next round, Woody.
The final charge, and it is good. There is no stopping Kazuma, and Aphelion Esports have done it with an incredible 14-star showing in their first war against the Queen Walkers. That was still not enough to make it on. Sent down to the bottom bracket, they dueled out against HT Family, and with a perfect war, earned a decisive spot here in the playoffs final spot. The Final Four will include Aphelion Esports ejecting the vice champions Queen Walkers, who have also been defeated by alternate attacks today. What a shape up for the Clash Masters playoffs for tomorrow. We have our Final Four, Itsu, and it has been an amazing series of wars today.
It has indeed. We had so many good matches, but now we have the top two from Group A and Group B, which means the matches for tomorrow are set. Let's take a look at the bracket one last time. So let's see how those matches look like, because today we had an incredible set of matches. Queen Walkers winning in the beginning versus Aphelion, just to lose versus Alternate, who won already earlier versus HT Family. And then Aphelion was getting the comeback story for over through the lower bracket versus HT Family, then versus Queen Walkers. And this means Alternate, the number 1 seed from Group B, and Aphelion, the number 2 seed from Group B, are going to face off against the top 2 from Team A.
You could not write a better storyline than that for the underdog Aphelion Esports team to have lost to the Queen Walkers right out of the gate and get kicked down to the lower bracket. But with mud on their face, they were ready to climb back up to the top, and were finally able to get that top 4 showing right alongside the best in the world, including alternate attacks today as well. We have our 4 teams finished for the Clash Masters playoffs. The 4 teams eliminated today and yesterday will earn $250 each for their performances in the playoffs, but $9,000 is still up for grabs by these teams. And in 24 short hours, by the end of the day tomorrow, we will have our champions. This has been such an amazing and really fun clan community league event to cast and to watch. And with the opportunity to award a silver wildcard ticket as well, there are big stakes and implications for the competitive scene later on this year. Itsu, it's been wonderful casting alongside you today. And I want to thank chat for staying engaged and excited about all of these wars, because there has been a lot going on. Make sure to follow us here if you want to watch the matches that are happening tomorrow, starting again at the same time, as well as over on our Twitter and Instagram pages for Clash Masters, where you might even have a chance to win a prize of your own with some swag bag boxes available for giveaway. That's it for me. Itsu, you want to have any final words before you close this crazy? train out.
I think before we're shutting down the stream, we want to one final time take a look at the bracket for tomorrow. Like, what is going to come for us tomorrow, because we have more amazing matches over there, which means we have the number 1 and the number 2 seeds clashing versus each other. So let's take a look at that bracket and let's figure out what the matches look like, because we have Alternate going, Nishang Dance going at Aphelion Esports, and Alternate versus Space Station. Out of those 4 teams, only Alternate already have like a golden ticket, which means out of the other 3 teams are obviously super motivated to get this community server ticket and get the chance of competing in the World Championship. So this is what is for tomorrow. I think, Woody, this is going to be crazy action.
This is what the grind has been all about for these teams. 4 weeks of qualification and the last chance qualifier. Now, finally, the playoffs have formalized the last bracket. So many prizes on the line and so much excitement for the teams to try to reclaim in this mid-late stage of the 2021 competitive year their best chance at being the world's best. Hey, Alternate Attacks are the world champions right now up on top, but can they hold that title later this year? This is going to be the first great shot that any team has to unseat them in a major event. And I can't wait to see what happens tomorrow. Tune in with us and you'll see us again tomorrow then.